You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. Make sure you click the star to follow the channel to get your live notifications, and I'll see you in the chat during the show. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Yes! Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. So, if you love the show, you can show love. When you buy the Show Love balloons, Jeff will see them and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. But now, you have a choice. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. Yes, we have two balloons. Gold balloons for Team Force of Good and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you. And now they count towards Force cards. Yes. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil cards are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon count. My goodness! Highbook. Oh, look at two of them. And Fallstar earlier. Both dropping potatoes. That's something we'll talk about in just a second. Those are no joke, by the way. Really, truly. So, let's continue. As certain thresholds are met, a force card will be given to the team. And yes, as I just said, potatoes. I've added the potato prop to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. A good potato, which is a gold potato, is equivalent of buying 120 golden balloons or good balloons. And an evil yam is the equivalent of buying 120 evil balloons, but at a much better value. And who doesn't love a deal? I know I do, as well as Milo is also shaking his head over there, saying he also likes deals. Yes, thank you, Milo. Mucho apreciato. Okay, there are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode. And we shall show you a status update so that you know how close we are to the next card. Any leftover progress will carry over to next week's show. And because of this, I want you to continue submitting your Force cards. Head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com to do so. Now, let's continue. You could also bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the highest value. Or, if you're so inclined, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. If, of course, a player has no advantage, then they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain, is it not? Now, advantages or disadvantages can only be given to a player or the DM. When given to a player, you must specify which person it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Are we clear? I hope you are. Last but not least, yes, we have Milo's bull. Yes, it's a bull. It's there. It's not. Come on! Ah! Ah! I really, truly thought we were going to get through this one without one of those. My goodness, Chef Scott 68. What is your problem, man? We were so close. Well done. Really well done. Okay. For those of you that are not named Chef Scott 68, don't touch Milo's ball. It doesn't do anything. It's broken. And if you touch it, do understand that you will be uninvited to the ASSS. That is Ereban Super Special Shindig. Plain and simple. Do not touch, okay? Please. Ridiculous. Milo, go do something. I'm busy. Okay. Now that we are past that, let's go ahead and meet our brave souls. The cast of characters, if you will. Please welcome, up first, Jared Kajak as Civ Red Thistle. Hello.
Hello.
Jared, how are you? You look fantastic.
Thank you,
Should
sir.
I call you Civ or Jared? I've never really known.
Call me what you wish. I'm cool either way.
Don't ask me. Don't tell me what I wish. What do you wish? Come on.
I want to know.
I want wishes.
I heard a rumor that you like trashy, steamy romance novels. Is that true?
Okay, what? Who told you that? Unbelievably wrong and not true. And whoever told you, they will have their head removed. I swear if it was Milo, he's done for.
All right.
Okay. Look, I've read a few. Have I appreciated them from time to time? Yes. Do I read them often? No. Who's next? Okay, we have Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tiger.
Well, speaking of trashy romance novels, did you know that there is a fun new ship name that I personally endorse for Fahima and Zanelka?
Tell me what it is.
It's hot dog!
Tell me!
Hot dog!
Yeah, it makes sense. I love it. I love it. Hot dog. I love it. I'm in. I want to sail on that boat. I love it, really, truly. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quillas.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm doing fine, James. How are you?
I'm good. Don't let Civ / Jared guilt you for your love of romance novels. It's fine. You know, you can take with the solace where you can get it.
Trust me, no one can guilt me. I am fine. Okay. And I don't really read them. Honest, I have, okay?
No, it's
Stop
fine.
With the
you don't need to lie to me. You don't need to lie to me, Lord.
I'm not. I don't. I don't. I stopped reading them years ago. Look, that's not the point. Okay. I love you, and I love what we're doing here, and books are not what matter, right? Can we all agree? Forget books.
No. You're talking to the librarian. No, we cannot
agree.
Actually,
I'm talking to you. I guess that's not the right thing to say. Yes, yeah. I love books, just not romance novels. Okay, next.
Oh, okay.
Ronald Ogden is up next. Okay, let's try that again. Up next, we have Ronald Ogden as Oggo.
What's up, pal? How you doing,
sir? I'm doing fine.
You hanging in there?
Fine. Everything is great.
You sure?
Yes, the world looks perfect from my point of view.
Yes, it's all coming up roses, I'm hearing.
Whatsoever.
It's all coming up roses.
Totally normal day, just like any other day of a 2020.
This is fine.
2020, yes?
This is fine.
Yes.
All
normal,
this is fine.
Standard, regular.
I'm happy to be
You
here
look
and happy
great.
to see
I
you.
love what you've done with your hair. I love your beard. Does look trimmed. Has it been trimmed?
Yes, I have been
It has
actually.
been. I knew it.
Yes, today I was motivated to hygiene myself. So
You look great.
I did
You
a
do.
good
You look
today.
wonderful.
I did a
You're
good
bright and
today.
Shiny. You did. Well, you do good every day, but
Oh,
that's
stop.
besides the point. We love you. Okay. Last but not least, I would like to introduce Katie Michaels as Lily Dumblestar.
Hey! I'm gonna start
Hello,
saying I did a
Lily.
hygiene.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I'm
I
going to
did
do
a
the
hygiene
same.
today.
I
I
did
did
a
a hygiene
hygiene as
today.
well. Milo, did you do a hygiene today?
It's
Is
important
that
to do
word
hygiene.
is that word in
Good.
Milo's
Well, that's
vocabulary?
obvious. I'm not really sure he knows what I just said. He wasn't really listening anyways. He's watching Netflix.
I think he just peed on
Katie,
your
how are you?
carpet. Huh?
Oh, no, he did that hours ago.
Oh, okay.
He actually just pooped as well.
Oh,
So
goodness.
we've got double duty on the cleanup here.
He did a reverse hygiene.
You look great. You look excited. And by the way, I did have to ask, in the background, is that lightning or something else? What am I seeing there?
It's roots of a tree.
Damn it! Milo, you told me it was lightning! We were having a bet. So it's roots of a tree. I like it. Really.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
I should have known, though. Yes, very cool.
I mean,
I
it's
like
kind
it
of
a
like
lot.
the
And-
lightning of plants.
The lightning of a tree.
Trying
Oh.
to make you feel better, but
This
it
is
didn't
good.
really work.
Yes, that didn't really work.
Okay.
But I love you, Katie, and
I
I'm
love you too.
excited about this evening.
Me too.
I would also, I love you.
Oh.
I would like to finally introduce the one, the only, our dungeon master and the man himself, Mr. Jeff Kanata.
I love it. Good to see you,
Yes.
Aravan. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too, Jeff. I am very excited for this evening.
Me
Very
too.
excited.
Me too. I probably should
For
have
a number
prepared.
of reasons. Yes. But we've talked about this before. You don't need to prepare when you're brilliant.
Oh, that's only works for you, buddy. It only works for you.
No. It works for us, Jeff. For us. Listen, I'm very excited. I hope you are as well. I do want to say this. As the journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show in the history of shows, in the history of all things, including shows. Got it? Good. I hope you do it. It will make this a much better experience for everyone. So keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll.
Yeah. Welcome to episode 71 of the Dungeon Run. We're so glad you're with us. We're especially glad if this is your first episode. Fear not, if you're just joining us for the first time, we'll catch you up on everything you need to know to jump right in. We got a lot to get to tonight. If you are a watcher who has been here before, you know that our story is currently in two paths. So we're going to do two parts of the story. I want to thank some folks. First thing I want to do is thank each and every one of you who voted. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Amazing. We also want to take a second and thank all of the incredible fans that participated in Inktober. This is the
Incredible.
first episode we've done here in November. All of the last month, dubbed Inktober, there was a calendar of prompts that were absolutely taken and run with by a whole bunch of very talented people, all dealing with our show, characters from our show, moments from our show, favorite things from our show. And our incredible fan Discord was overflowing with just amazing art. Jared, I know you have names of all of the artists that contributed, and we want to thank each and every one of them.
There's a lot. And if I missed any of you, I apologize. If I butcher any of your usernames, I apologize. Aegis 13, Sprinkwinkle, Failwaffle, Game of Choices, Phoenix Ablaze, Son of Joxer, Red Saber, Numera, Bubble Goomy, Numera, again, because I put it there twice, why not? And the Fog Pal, Mono Makes, The Raven Queen, Home Boo Dice, Musk Stick Addict, Subutai, Arcana Popcorn's Doppelganger, Shayberry, Chaotic Brain, Civ Viscous. I feel like I'm announcing a game show now. Not
Everybody makes
Spencer's
fun of me
Boat.
when I do it, and now you understand.
A little bit.
Bard/Ranger, Brandy LA, The Real Rogden, who also did some digital art. Dazed and Confused, Kamikaze Reaper, Lady Tiger, Elite Ninja 72, Dude the Man, Kate Animates, Who Else Elliot, and a special thanks goes out to Scott Braytek and JD Illustrates, who absolutely killed it. And I think they did art for almost every single thing on the calendar.
I think they organized it too. It was extraordinary. You can see all of the art by going to museumofine.com.
That's so cool too.
It's incredible. Created by the community, peopled by the community. Museum of Ein. Ein is spelled A-I-N.
Wolf created that website, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
We did.
So, I urge you to join our Discord. The community is vibrant and fantastic. The best people on the internet, hanging out, talking about the show, talking about all kinds of stuff. Join that, or just check out museumofine.com to see this incredible art. It's just magical. Thank you all for being part of that. I can't wait till next Inktober. I also want to thank some folks that have already given us love here at the beginning. We got 2 potatoes already from Fallstar and Kaibuck. Thank you. Potatoes, unbelievably generous and wonderful. Thank you for those. We also have love from follower of Fahima, Fahima the Teenage Wish. Which is pretty
Nice. That's good.
Love for the
Proud of
Catman, Laughter 1998, A Jar Full of Bees, Jack Harrison, Cat the Mage, Friendly Undead Mage, Callie Proudfoot, and others. Thank you for those balloons. They feel like applause, and we love them.
I just checked in on the comments. I don't read them during the show, don't worry. But Sean Patrick.
Sean Patrick, did we forget
Yes.
Sean Patrick? He's the one who
Sean
did
Patrick,
he
yes.
put together the website?
Yes.
Thank you, Sean
Yes.
Patrick. Sean Patrick does a ton of stuff for the show, and we are
Yes.
so
Yay.
grateful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
We
All
knew we
right.
were going to forget people. Thank you, Jared, for putting that list together also.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure I apologize to anybody's name that we didn't get, but it was just incredible. All right,
Indeed.
so now is the part of the show where we dismiss Fahima and say bye. We'll see you later. Her into the waiting room for when she will return to us, and I will catch everybody up on what you need to know for the Heroes of Bingle. It started as a simple dungeon run, but it became a quest to save the world. When the Heroes of Bingle looted a magical amulet from an abandoned dragon's lair, they discovered a key to unlocking Ein's lost history, a connection to memories trapped inside the consciousness of the Wardens, the 100-foot-tall titans created 300 years ago to protect the realms after the Great War of Ideas. But recently, these Wardens have gone missing, captured by a cabal led by the mysterious Ashen Mage, the self-described greatest mage to ever walk. So, the heroes have been tracking them down, venturing into dangerous locations and battling against overwhelming odds to free the Wardens from their prisons. The lightning-charged Storm Warden, shackled inside a floating castle in the sky. The fiery Inferno Warden, restrained at the bottom of the deepest part of the ocean. And most recently, the being of living water known as the Typhoon Warden, cooling the turbulent lava inside an active volcano. Atop that volcano, on the steps of the castle built at its summit, the Heroes of Bingle finally came face to face with the Ashen Mage and her dangerous retinue. Fardinald Urtenfurt, the Mad Tinkerer, Jan Mo, the Mighty Warrior, and Vic, the Tiefling Rogue who grew up on the streets of Ulsvach alongside Civ. The Ashen Mage demonstrated her power, showing them the motes she had extracted from the Wardens, the powerful energies that had transformed 5 champions of the Ariat Age into the towering elemental titans. Wielding the motes as her own, she halted the heroes in their tracks and made Fahima a terrible offer. Leave her team and join the other side. Walk through the dark portal and become the Ashen Mage's apprentice. When Fahima agreed, Vic was furious, and she smashed the urn that the Ashen Mage prized so highly. As it shattered, it unleashed a tremendous amount of energy, catapulting Vic thousands of feet down the mountain and sending a shockwave across the entire continent. In the aftermath, the remaining Heroes of Bingle found Vic's lifeless body and used James's spell, Speak with the Dead, to question it. Civ vowed to bury Vic back in Olsvach, and the team tried to figure out how to move forward without their wizard, without their friend. Fortunately, the magical amulet interceded, and a powerful force of good, activated weeks ago, transported all of them to a party they had planned in the trade town of Winkburg. There, they saw Fahima once again, and tried to determine if she was truly under the Ashen Mage's control. When the spell ended and they were transported back to the mountainside, they soon encountered roving monsters, the likes of which they had never witnessed. Strange and fantastic creatures walking amidst small, glowing shards of the ceramic urn. They defeated these creatures as the lava flowed from the still erupting volcano in long rivulets around them. And Uggo even managed to knock one unconscious and keep it alive. But the tension of their situation caught up with them, and James and Uggo quarreled, shouting at one another about the dangers that Fahima may still present to the team. As we ended last week, Lily tried to counsel Uggo on the benefits of tact, while Civ tried to guide James west down the mountain toward the long trail back to the Dwarven city of Dalto Thum. And that is where we will pick up this week. We did get another potato while I was talking from Charlie Stinson. Thank you, Charlie. That's a new name I haven't seen before. Thank you. That's extremely generous. Welcome and thank you. All right, Heroes of Bingle. We ended last week with a hug and the team continuing their way down the mountain. It is getting quite late in the day at this point, and you have at least a day and a half travel ahead of you. So you are walking down this this steep mountainside. It is rocky and strewn with with boulders and shrubs and brush and tall pine trees. Also, long flowing trails of lava that are coming cascading down out of the still erupting volcano around you. And every now and again, you see those tiny blue shards here and there on the horizon, even closer to you. But it is a long journey to walk back down the mountain west and head toward the entrance of Dalto Thum.
So we actually have to go down the mountain to get to Dalto Thum instead of around. We got to go down and around.
Well, I mean, it is down and around, right? It is. Okay. You are at the top of the peak is where you started. You ran down to find Vic, right? But you still have to go down in elevation and around a bit to get to Dalto. Dalto Thum is a ways up the mountain, but it is not at the summit, which is where you popped out when you came out of the volcano.
Copy. Lily.
Yeah.
Do you mind healing, please?
No. Do that.
I could use some as well.
I'm a little beat up also. Maybe we should, I don't know. You said it's getting late in the day, Jeff.
Yeah, you could probably make some headway before you really have to bed down. But at a certain point, you're not going to make it to Dalto Thum before full night.
Well, we have options. I could heal you, or if we want to take 10 minutes, I could let you all take a quick short rest.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
Or we can do, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
The 10-minute option is not bad, I think. I mean, it's only 10 minutes, and short rest.
And then if you need more healing, I can help.
Yes, I could have my spells back as well. So I'm all for that.
Don't we have to go to sleep to be able to do the 10 minutes?
Yeah, but I can stay and watch for 10 minutes.
I don't want.
What can go wrong in 10 minutes, Viv?
I don't want to go to sleep.
Okay.
I would prefer just to be healed, if you don't mind. If the others want to sleep, that is fine.
Uggo, do you want to take a nap?
As long as I can do push-ups after, yes.
Great. Okay. If you'll,
I'll go just does push-ups in his sleep. He's like
Sleep exercise.
And it heals me somehow. I don't.
If the two of you are all right, keeping watch, yes, I think a short rest might be a good idea. Because I do think I should do a sending to Dondo or to King Fullbrand, let them know that we're coming. Maybe they'll be able to expedite our journey. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, Jeff, is there like a little burrow of trees or something like that we
Yeah,
could,
you guys can find a nook under some pine trees that feels a little more guarded to take a little short rest. Yes.
Great.
Oh.
I am both nervous and excited to see Danto.
Same.
Feels like it's been a while, though I think to him it's only been, what, a week? 2 weeks? No, it's been at least 1 week we were unconscious for. Time is gone.
Maybe you should just take a short rest, James. And then
Thank you. If I keep talking about it, I think I'll put myself to sleep, actually.
Yeah. James just told himself a bedtime story.
Ugo's already asleep.
Oh,
I'll pull
in the push-up position.
James, you're finding it difficult to sleep, actually. Civ, you're keeping watch, staying awake? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think I want to close my eyes right now.
Fair enough. Can you roll me a perception check? You have advantage from worst impression, countered by brutally murdered clam.
Too soon.
A reminder. Appreciate that.
That's yet another reason I don't want to close my eyes. That would be a 17.
17. All right. As everyone kind of takes a load off and relaxes, and you stay vigilant, Civ, you definitely, not nearby, but you hear movement in the woods at the edge of your perception. You can, these woods are not tranquil. Obviously, you just encountered some strangeness.
Yeah.
You definitely know that there are things in these woods.
Okay. I'm gonna. Do you heal me at all, Katie?
I was just about to ask what you were gonna do, because
I was gonna start to climb a tree.
Okay, but before you go, I will heal you. Yeah.
Awesome.
After
After she heals
23
me,
points.
beautiful. After she heals me, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I kiss you on the forehead.
Oh, thanks.
And then whatever, they're asleep. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. What am I thinking?
You do that first, and then you realize that James is still awake, so he witnesses this awkwardness.
My eyes were closed.
It's the kiss on the forehead and then looking around and realizing they can sneak one in.
22.
It's
He
also
transferred from forehead to lips.
it's also we're also both covered in like hodgepodge goo and demon blood.
You probably kissed my forehead, which has like guts and blood.
I like wipe off your forehead just so I can kiss it.
You guys don't realize how good it's been having someone with the prestidigitation cantrip with the party all the time, you know?
Oh, I know.
You sound terrible.
Yeah, super useful.
You don't miss it till it's gone.
Exactly.
I wish I would have chosen that cantrip as one of my cantrips.
Hey, let me quickly just say we got a Force of Good card. So I want to that has been unlocked by the very generous members of the Watchers. Force of Good. This one's submitted by Dude the Man. It's called the Divides of Fate.
Ooh.
It says when making a saving throw, any single player may invoke this card instead of rolling to make that roll an awesome. When they do this, somewhere far away, Fahima's next roll instantly becomes a critical failure. A player may instead use this card to make their saving throw a critical failure, in which case Fahima's next roll instantly becomes an awesome.
That's amazing. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
And you have to do it so you can't decide to do it after your roll.
Correct. You do it in lieu of a roll.
That made me sad.
I know, right?
That like literally made me sad. Like really.
Imagine how Fahima's gonna feel when she's informed of what happened. All right. So, Civ, you were saying you're climbing a tree.
Yeah, so after she heals me, kissy kissy, take out my bow, knock an arrow, climb a tree, so that I can get a better advantage point of what these sounds may be.
Yeah,
Does
I mean,
Lily
you,
hear these sounds, or is she just chilling at the bottom of the tree watching watching Uggo and James sleep?
I think. Lily? Did you say that you were planning to rest a bit, or no?
No, I have to stay awake during because I'm doing cat nap.
Oh, okay. So then I would say you're concentrating on that spell.
Okay.
So you're not aware of really what Civ is perceiving here. But Civ, you are, you do see movement far off the edge of your vision. In fact, it's disconcerting how much movement there is. And having processed the hand that feeds monsters that you dealt with, and that much larger one with the split face, that's the kind of impression that you're getting, is that there are things in these woods that are not supposed to be here. That it is there's strangeness in these woods. You're not perceiving natural predators, natural animals that you would normally clock inside this.
Well, with all the
environment.
exploding volcano and lava stuff, I would think most of the natural animals would have bounced.
vamoosed days ago. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, if any of these creatures actually start to come to our camp, I'm gonna put an arrow into it.
Yeah, I think at this point you feel pretty secure that the range that you're in is relatively safe, but you don't know how long that's going to last.
Right, and hence the 10 minutes.
Right.
So as soon as the 10 minutes is up, I'm gonna climb back down the tree and tell everybody we need to skedaddle.
Okay.
You hear me grumbling a little bit. Lily.
What?
You cast this before, right? Didn't it just put me right to sleep?
Yes, maybe you're just anxious.
I'm
I'll go
very,
sit.
I'm very anxious. I mean,
343.
I'll go sit next to James and hold his hand and hold one of his hands and just rub his back.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you.
Try
Thank
and relax. I know that's much easier said than done.
you. Yes.
Okay?
Right.
Focus on your breathing. In and out.
Hey, Uggo, when you do a push-up in your sleep and you jump up and you put your hands together and you put it down, you know what they call that?
No.
Sleep clapnea?
Oh my gosh.
I quit the show.
We're done here. We're done.
Hey.
All right, anyway.
That's a wrap, everybody.
And that's the show.
Jessica's like, what happened?
So everybody is out of their short rest, and you all gain the benefits of short rest. If you want to use hit dice, please do.
I don't think I do if I can't fall asleep.
Yeah, you do not get the.
A 10-minute short rest for Uggo. Yes.
But since I'm seeing James struggle, I'll cure wounds on him, whether he notices or not. Maybe he thinks he just falls asleep.
Oh,
right.
okay. Thank you.
Hold on, I'll calculate that.
All right, so we're moving.
Yeah, when I get back down, I'm gonna say they are not far away, the creatures. They are out there in the woods. We have to be very careful traveling, and I don't think they are hunting us per se, but they are not far off.
Do you think it was more demons?
The creatures, yes, whatever they are. It is your job to tell me what they are. I don't. They're
Right.
demons, yes.
They certainly seemed like demons. Yes.
Well, the creature that we saw inside of the Dwarven forges looks different than these creatures.
Right.
Oh, I forgot to check if they were demons. I can sense that.
Oh.
What, Uggo, what did you do with that one that you had knocked out?
I left it. They're knocked out.
Sorry. I'm sure that was. It's fine. It's fine. It was distracting, I'm sure.
You heal 16 points, James.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so we're talking and we're walking, and this is a long path down the woods, and you guys are all moving on alert.
I'll scout. I'll
Scanning.
scout a little bit.
Okay. Do you want to do it with stealth?
Yeah.
All right. Roll me a stealth check. You have advantage from Angel Devilson via Shea Berry, countered by Cosmic Lord 94.
Jeff, I'll also keep scout on our flank that is closest to the mountain.
Okay, so why don't you give me a perception check, Uggo? You have advantage from the brush of Ty, countered by brutally murdered Clam. I'm noticing brutally murdered Clam only gave disadvantage to Civ and Uggo. Just pointing that out.
Yikes.
We said we were sorry. What do you want?
I also want to point out that Charlie Stinson, who gave us that potato, said it took him forever to get caught up. Welcome,
Aw.
Charlie. Thank you for being here. Thanks for catching up. Also, we got another potato from Just Jules. Thank you, Just
Yay.
Jules.
Jules.
Wonderful. All right, what are your rolls?
Boo.
30.
30. Oh my goodness, you are very.
18 perception on a flank.
Okay, so Uggo, you are looking out behind you. As you move down the mountain, you are keeping your eyes up. You definitely see, the bubbling lava still trailing down the mountainside, burning, etching these deep grooves in the mountainside where things are just on fire and completely destroyed. I mean, this volcano has been erupting now for over a week. It is, it's done a lot of damage to these woods, and it still shows no signs of stopping. Civ, you are very, very quiet. You move through the woods like a whisper, and you are scouting ahead, making sure the path down and around to the west is clear and indicating to your teammates which direction to keep going. And you are confident that you can move through here without alerting any of the movement that you saw when you were high on the tree.
Love it.
Great.
All right, so you guys move to a point. You travel, getting closer and closer to Dalto Thum, and night falls, and it becomes pretty clear that you either are going to continue traveling through the night and gain exhaustion, or it's time to bed down.
Jeff, you said this is a mountainous region.
Mm-hmm.
Can I start I want to try to use survival to maybe find an outcropping or somewhere that we can find for at least somewhat safe of a night's rest.
Sure. Roll me a survival check. You have advantage from the brush of Ty.
Thank you. 22.
All right, so you are able to find a section that you feel like you can put your back up against. It's not quite a cave, but it is, like you said, a rocky outcropping, a feature in the side of this mountain that Uggo feels pretty confident that the team could get some rest in and not at least have a couple sides of them protected during the night.
I can keep us safe here.
Right.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Yeah.
We will have to take turns on watch.
I will go first since I had a very good catnap. Thank you, Lily.
You're
Great.
welcome. I
Great.
can join you if you want.
Yeah, that would be great.
I think it would be best, James, if I took the middle one so that you for sure get your spells.
Thank you. Yes. That would be great. Thank you. I'll spend a little bit of time looking. Civ, could you pull Fahima's spellbook out of the bag of holding, please?
Won't the Ashen Mage be able to track it? Or are you talking about the one that is hers?
No, the one that Fahima gave us back in Winkberg a few days ago.
Poppy?
Yes, the
Fahima's.
Yes, Fahima's. Not the Ashen Mage's spellbook. Yes, Fahima's spellbook.
Right.
Not the
I'm
one
curious.
made of skin.
Not the one made of skin.
I think that's
Yes.
the easier way to define them.
Right.
Don't we have two from the Ashen Mage?
We have two from the
But they're
Ashen
both
Mage.
made of skin.
That's correct.
And there's also a person in there who's made of skin.
Yeah, so no skin items.
No skin
True.
items. Yeah.
No, nothing.
So
not skin.
I will think about the non-skin book as I pull it out of the thing and hand it over.
Yes, and it is Fahima's spellbook diary that she gave to you for safekeeping.
Great. I will, not being too prying, I will kind of page through it a little bit, looking for, are there any new spells that I don't recognize in there? She mentioned something called Whispering Sands.
Yes, this is a spell that you have never seen before, but it is, on the looks of it, it looks like something that can leverage the ability to speak through the particles of sand, dust, or ash over long distances.
Huh. Interesting. This could This could be good. Is it ritual? Can it be ritual cast?
No.
No. I don't know. I can't copy it to my spell book, but it's a spell that allows you to kind of use a mote of sand or something as a messenger, or a dust or ash, or seems very useful. Any other spells?
I mean, you note the null elemental spells that she figured out in there, and several of the spells that she's been fiddling with. Her spare spell that allows her to use her blood to heal, and the blood lance spell, and then of course the spells that you've seen her use over and over. And then there's a number of diary entries as well. It seems that she's been pouring her heart out into the book.
I don't quite feel right reading these. I don't know. Lily, do you want
Does it say anything in there about me?
I'm certain it does.
Okay, well, maybe one way to gain her trust back is not read her diary.
Yeah, that was exactly my thought. I didn't really want to do that. Maybe if there's something specific we're looking for, great.
Yes.
But just nosing around it, I don't personally feel great about that.
Possibly a good way for us to check in with, what she's been doing.
True.
Not in like a prying way, just in like a safety way.
Is that maybe what she wanted when she gave this book?
Possibly.
What does it say in the last couple pages?
Brief notes. Jessica sent me some of her diary entries.
Awesome. I don't have to make it up.
Why do you need my blood? Because they were trying to make a replica of me, but now they have me, no longer needed. There's a whole section about turning Jon Mo in here.
Did it work? Did she find a way to get him to switch sides?
No, but just sort of notes about how she might do it. I think she doubts herself quite a bit. What was I supposed to do? Let her kill my friends, let her kill Zanelka. This is good. It's... AM says Onivrius the Keen theorized that the entire universe is made up of tiny bits called atoms. Yes, we talked about that. All interactions between objects can be explained by breaking it down to the atomic level. She doesn't know what the urn was either. All right, this is all very... We have so much information. We have so much to do, but I think I should sleep.
Yes. I was kind of hoping for like a diary entry with like some juicy gossip or something like that, but...
That very well might be. You can take a look if you like.
No, it sounds like it's a lot of blood stuff.
Probably.
What's wrong with blood stuff?
It's fine. It just like, we talk about it a lot.
Well, because it's everywhere.
No, I just don't. It's... Maybe later.
I'm gonna...
All right, so Uggo and Lily, you're taking first watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will try to sleep again.
Yes. So I need the two of you, Uggo and Lily, to roll me perception checks. Uggo, you have advantage from Fallstar. Lily, you have advantage from Funky G Macman.
Thanks.
And James, you feel relaxed. You close your eyes, and you can't go to sleep.
Oh no.
You try a different position. You try calming yourself. All the normal things you would do to go to sleep out in the middle of nowhere, out in the woods, nothing seems to be working. You cannot, for the life of you, sleep.
Could try counting demon sheep jumping over a fence.
Yeah, my perception was 24.
Okay.
Mine was 19.
All right, both of you are on high alert, looking out of the back of the mountain, sort of protecting your flank, looking out as your friends lay quietly around you, and you definitely hear movement. Not nearby, but it is a woods that is alive with something.
The sounds of music?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the hills.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes,
Sorry.
Do you sense it out there?
Yeah, it's definitely moving.
Yeah. Also, James can't sleep.
No?
I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd notice.
I am very perceptive.
I know you are.
Okay,
I could help you if you would like.
Does it involve hitting me over the head?
Yes.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
I
would hit you
ingenuity.
overhead and then heal you, but in fact, I could do the same. I could punch you and heal you at the same time.
Oh, no, that's all right. I appreciate it. Thank you, though.
I'm here if you need me.
James, do you want a piece of cloth that you can cover your eyes?
Oh, okay.
Sometimes, it's just about the ideal sleep situation. So if you cover your eyes and maybe plug your ears.
Great. Okay.
With something?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
And as the hours pass and James continues to try different methods, nothing seems to work. James, you are not just awake, but highly alert. You are working at a kind of a heightened state. You feel like you just had caffeine or something. You feel very, very awake.
At a certain point, I just kind of get frustrated and sit up.
You want me to, Oh, you know what we could do?
What?
While you can't sleep, I could show you how to use shield.
Oh, good idea.
Oh, that's a great idea. I don't know but Civ's sleeping. I mean, I think that'll be very noisy, won't it?
Oh, yeah, there's
But
woods.
That's a great idea. It's a great idea, though, and we should do that. I need it. I mean, this thing is kind of just a lump of steel on my back at the moment.
Well, I could give you a theory while we sit here.
A theory? Okay.
Yeah, just
go
theory
ahead.
on how to use shield. So you put a strap on arms. You hold handle with hand, and you put it in front of you and prevent damage from hitting you.
Okay, that's
theory.
I like the basics. So yes, okay, that's a good start.
And then you have to test, right? You have to trial and error. Yeah.
That's good. Yes.
How about this? I'll quietly run at you, James, and you try and put your shield up in time.
Oh, but what if it hurts you?
I mean, I'll stop.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, good. I hadn't even started running yet, so very early.
Oh, okay. Right. Sorry. All right, I'll pretend as if I don't know that you're going to run at me.
Okay.
Boy, Lily looks suspicious today.
And this continues for a long time until literally Uggo and Lily become very tired and are ready to go to sleep themselves. And James is still in the state of being completely awake.
Go to sleep. Go on.
Are you sure?
Yes. In fact, don't even wake up Civ. I don't think I can fall asleep.
Oh, I have one thing before I go to sleep. I know how I can relate to you. Metaphor, I believe, is word.
Oh.
Shield is like book.
Huh?
That is the metaphor.
Yeah.
Great. Yes.
Like in an argument, your words can protect you. Fight.
Lily understand
your shield
metaphor.
can protect you.
Very good.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. So I'll take Civ's watch if I'm not falling asleep.
Yeah, the night passes. You sit up and you are absolutely not even drowsy. You have this wakefulness, this alertness, this feeling of being refreshed. You are not doing anything, not exerting yourself in any particular way. You just can't sleep. In fact, it doesn't feel like you need it. There's no part of you that feels like you require sleep. And you also feel this replenishment of your spell slots that you would normally get from a long rest. So you feel refreshed in the way you normally would from a long rest, but you have had no sleep.
Gotta love that James scowl. I don't trust this.
This is very unsettling.
The rest of you wake up to see James basically in the same position that you went to sleep.
I'll have started breakfast.
I will run at him as fast as I can. Good job.
Oh, it looks like you got some rest. You look very rested.
I'm a bit jumpy. I didn't get any rest, but I feel okay.
You didn't get any rest, and you made this nice breakfast?
Yes, well, I seem to have extra time on my hands.
Jeff, does he look tired? Does he have bags underneath his eyes or anything?
No, he looks like he's had a full night's sleep.
Maybe it is one of the items.
Are his wounds closed?
Have some of his wounds closed?
Yeah, all the benefits of a long rest without having to sleep.
Maybe it is the ring.
Could be the ring, I guess. I think normally when Fahima cast Identify on it, she would normally be able to tell if it did something like that.
But she said that there was more to it.
James.
Besides just the exploding.
Come here.
Yes.
Ogo gets real close. Spends an action to divine sense. Is James Celestial Fiend undead?
He is not.
Well, you are not undead or a fiend or an angel, so.
Thanks for checking.
Well, I just figure if you can't sleep, maybe.
No. That wasn't me being sarcastic. Thank you for checking.
Oh yeah. You're welcome.
Should I reach out to Dondo, let him know that hopefully we'll I don't know what our ETA is, but yeah, let him know that we're coming.
I think you could probably get there in this day if you moved quickly.
Would we be able to move faster if you created your horse and you and Lily rode on it while Ogo and I ran?
We would leave you too far behind, probably. I mean, Nightfall can go about 13 miles an hour at a fast pace, so...
Well, you could just go as fast as Ogo and I could go on foot.
Like a trot.
Okay,
yes.
that's a fine idea. It at least for an hour, yes, yeah, and then until nightfall will dissipate. But yeah, so sure.
And if we get into a very bad situation, you can make us all fly, and then we can just fly over the top of whatever it is.
Great. Okay, I will start ritual casting Phantom Steed.
All right, and as you do, over the minutes of conjuring, this smoke appears, blue and diaphanous, moving up through the ground from all around you in this circle and coalescing. First, these hooves appear, burning with blue fire, then up into a leg and the haunches and the back and the tail and then the head and the majestic snout. And you see this steed, this stallion of blue fire, translucent, just the outline of smoke making its body. And it turns to you and bows its head as it does every time it's summoned, awaiting command.
This should allow us to move. Quite a bit faster. So I mean, yes. Let's hopefully we can get there before nightfall tonight.
Is that a 10-minute ritual cast?
Yes.
Okay. While you were doing that, I did Ferdinand. So I have him.
Great.
All right. So little Ferdinand, little invisible Ferdinand, ready to help. We did get another Force of Good card unlocked by the community. So let's check in on that and see what we got. This Force of Good card was submitted by Jay Knowit. It's called Bag o' Tiny Hammers. The description is, that's right, it's a bag of 10 crustacean hammers. Get cracking.
Yay!
Yes!
So out from the amulet, it flashes and blinks twice, and out pops a little bag of 10 crustacean hammers.
Yay!
Did you ask for that? Did you ask the amulet for that?
I did not.
It's as if they've traveled through time to find you.
It's amazing. Those came in handy a lot ago.
They did.
Oh, they're gonna come in handy again.
That was made possible because we got love from Tiger Lily, Kill Me Fahima, Mom of Goblins, Pit Roller, Cult of Kanata, Some Old Nerd, That's Wild Man, Dartman 42, Ruglius Booglius, and others. Thank you for the love. We appreciate it.
Ogo starts delineating them per party member, and he makes one for Fahima too. He's like one for Sev, one for Lily, one for James, one for Fahima, one for Ogo. Okay, so we each get 2. I'll hold Fahima's for now.
Okay.
You can have mine. I probably won't use them.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no, please. That's very nice of you, but no. Yes, you're gonna have much better use of them than I will.
Yeah, I throw them pretty far.
Yes, you do.
You guys want yours or?
Sure, I'll take one. You can keep the other one.
Okay.
By the way, these are,
yeah,
3 or 4 inch long, tiny little hammers used to bust open.
Maybe if we go into the Dwarven city, they'll have, I don't know, rock crab or something.
Yeah, if we have a lobster dinner, I may ask for mine back, but this is fine.
All right, so you guys are you going to cast Ascending, or are you just jumping on the horse?
Yeah, okay, so as we're sort of ready to get on top of Nightfall and take off, I will cast Sending to, well, actually, should I send to Dondo or King Fullbrand? What do you think? Dondo?
Dondo.
Yeah, okay.
Dondo.
Yeah.
I
King
own the
Fullbrand.
prize.
Yes. Dondo. It's the Heroes of Bingle. We survived the Forges. On our way back. Hope to be there today. Expect us.
I'll go follow Candle Queen.
Much to tell.
All right, so you cast your sending spell, and that message, it dissipates. It turns into tiny, effervescent specks that leave your body and merge up into the ether. And you wait for a second, as you always do, and you feel a message enter your brain that only you can hear. Happy to hear you're alive. We'll be expecting you. Be careful out there. There are things in the woods.
He warned us about things in the woods. They seem to know, the word of that seems to have reached the city. Good to hear his voice. Okay, well,
Did he say anything about Fahima or the war or orcs or Ashen Mage or nothing?
No, I mean, it's only 25 words, so there's quite a lot of debriefing. I think both sides need to do when we meet back up. So
we should be able to reach him tonight. Yes.
Oh yes.
Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Uggo and I will try to keep up with you as much as possible.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So James puts his leg over the back of the horse that kneels down, and Lily hops on behind, much like they did way back in Boster 22 years ago. And off they ride, and Civ and Uggo start running beside him. This flaming blue phantom steed running through the woods, hopping over rocks and twigs and bushes, running down this mountain, heading west, turning around about halfway down the mountain as a tabaxi and an orc work to keep pace, rushing behind this party of adventurers. Yes.
As they're doing that, I'll use Ferdinand to deliver water to Uggo and Civ. And little bits of food.
Invisible, you see an invisible canteen.
Yes. We're like the pace vehicle in a marathon, you know?
That's amazing.
So good.
I love it. So it still takes hours. And as you're kind of hitting dusk, you come around and you see the majestic waterfall in the distance that you recognize as being the front entrance of Dalto Thum. And again, there you see troops out on the single bridge that leads into that huge front facade, the incredible entrance there that opens and closes and protects the city that's built into this mountain. And there seems to be movement and commotion in the front, as there was the first time you were there. The first time you were there, of course, it was under bombardment from orcish armies. And as you come around this side, again, you'll have to kind of come up and meet that road to come in the front way. There's only one entrance, one single lane bridge that leads into Dalto Thum for protection purposes. They're able to isolate that entrance. And so you come around running, again, Civ and Uggo heaving, this hours-long marathon to get there. James and Lily, Lily.
Nightfall dissipates after an hour, so I mean, we can say that we would recast it. I mean, just to keep a good pace moving.
Fair enough. Yeah. So an hour of that recast, an hour of that, and by the time you get there, the four of you, pretty tired, get to that front entrance again, and you see dwarves all armed, their weapons out, and you hear the voice, a familiar voice of Nort Gaboon, the leader of the battalion, the Dwarven battalion, say, "Get out of the road! Get in here!"
It's much more friendly welcome than last time. All right, yes.
It's not safe out there.
As we pass him, I'll go, look how much you've grown.
You always did have a way with him.
I'm just so proud of him. He's really come a long way since the last time we interacted.
Weren't you disguised as an old woman the last time when we had that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure it's very confusing for him.
Dwarven troops come out and try to usher you in, looking over their shoulders, looking behind, making sure.
I'm getting right tired of saving your skin. There are things worse than orcs lurking in this forest now.
Yeah, there's worse things than dwarves too.
It's good to see you. Good to see.
Why? He started it.
Like what? What did you see?
Things. It's like nothing we've seen before. Strange, tentacled beasts, enormous monsters, hideous creatures that defy description. Get inside.
Hands with teeth?
It's like something out of my nightmares. Things with multiple heads, tentacles. You never seen anything like it in these parts.
Just over the last week or so?
That's right, since the big explosion in the sky.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. It's good to see you.
And you hear as you walk up to the door, you see a couple of dwarves knock on it in that same way from the first time you arrived at Dalto Thum, and you hear that. And then the door goes, and it opens this huge crevice, this crack that goes all the way up the mountain for hundreds of feet up this incredible facade of this mountain that is carved out of solid rock, and this massive metal door placed there. It spreads open, it breaks in the center and spreads open. And there, standing small, waiting for you right in the center, is this white-robed, white-bearded paladin with a big, shiny golden ankh around his shoulders. And he stands there as the shadow moves up his body and up past his face. And he looks up at you and he says, I'm glad you've made it here safe. Quickly.
I'll what do you call it? Dispel nightfall and get rid of the phantom steed, and so we'll follow.
All right, and you move inside, and again the door and it closes behind you. You walk in, you see this brilliant arched entry, this massive austere entry that you remember going through several times when you were fighting the orcs. You first arrived in Dalto Thum those weeks ago. You move down the ramp into the concourse, following behind Dondo Corrigana, who
is he leading us towards his house or towards the throne room? Just out of curiosity.
He's actually leading you down into the concourse, and he's veering left. He would veer right to go to his house. He's veering left toward what Civ would recognize as being the stables.
Oh.
I assume you would want to see Donk and Humrian. They've been caring for your Chirai birds.
How are they doing?
Well, I have good news. They have birthed a new one.
That's right.
A baby Chirai has been born.
He looks at you and he turns around for the first time, really looking at you, and he says, "Where's Fahima?"
I wish she was here to see this.
Yes. It is a very long story, my friend.
Oh no.
Much has changed.
She's alive. But
he looks with relief at you.
That's good to know. Unsafe. She is in danger.
She's
in danger.
Most likely in danger, yes.
I'm sorry to hear this.
She volunteered to be a prisoner so that we could go free.
Yes.
A prisoner to what?
The Ashen Mage. Our enemies think she's the key to whatever the plan is. I'm sorry, we have so much to talk about, but I don't think we can stay that long. I wish we could, but we maybe can only stay the night.
What is your destination?
We are going north.
Yes, north.
It is time for us to free our friends.
And then we go to Thorn. Indeed. What of the Orcs of Ukdun? Have they continued to invade, or how is that since Goroldago?
There has been a new development. If you've been out in the woods, I'm sure you've seen things, creatures that's not native to these woods. It seems they have scared off the remaining Orcish armies, or at least delayed them. But they have been just as dangerous.
We fought some of them.
Indeed.
The demons.
Incredible creatures, yes. Fearsome. Nightmarish.
We think they were unleashed by something the Ashen Mage did. There was an explosion right before the volcano exploded of an urn right in front of us that might be connected.
I collected some of the pieces. Do you want to look at it?
Yes, please. But perhaps not now, perhaps not here.
Oh.
Back in my quarters.
Sorry.
Great. Let's go to the stables and you can see your birds.
Great.
And you move. Civ, you've been here before. This is where you dropped off the Achirai, and then you rode up with the kids entertaining the children of Dalto Thum. And you move in, and immediately you see these 4 enormous Achirai with 4 legs, these tall, majestic birds, and you see one very, very small one that's almost about the size of a dwarf. It's a little bit larger than a dwarf, about 4 feet tall. And you see 2 faces turn and look at you. It's Dunk and Humrian, and they go, "Hey, you're alive! You made it! Oh, I'm so happy to see you!" And you see that Humrian was polishing a leather saddle that he had put on the back of the baby Achirai, and it also has a leather feed bag. He's like, "We've been taking care of your Achirai birds. We're so glad you made it out alive. Dunk told us you made it inside." Yes,
Jeff Ugo's gonna run up and scoop him up in his arms. I missed you guys.
"Oh, we missed you too." And they look around to make sure no one is seeing that they're hugging an orc. Just maybe put us down a bit, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
How tall is the little baby bird?
It's like 4 feet. It's just
it's
a little
taller
taller
than me.
You. Yeah, still a little taller than you, but much. It's much more your size of a thing.
Oh. So
Wow.
he or she?
It's a she. I know that you probably want to name her yourself, but we've been calling her Lolo, for short for little one.
Lolo.
Lolo. I like
I
Lolo.
love it.
You see one of the large Achirai. I couldn't for the life of me remember which one was the one that we had being the mother, but the Pancake.
Was it I think it was Pancake.
I think it was Pancake.
Okay, so Pancake, you see, steps over and sort of pridefully nudges the baby, who is a little fearful and uncertain, nudges it like in a trusting way, and you see Humrian pull it by its under its neck and reaching up real high and pulling it over, and it nuzzles up next to you, Lily. You can roll an animal handling check.
Okay.
You have advantage from Arcane Rebel.
James is keeping his distance from the Achirai as usual.
I'm gonna take out some food and feed it to Pancake, because she was the one that would let me actually ride her. So I'll scratch her behind.
And Jeff, I'm gonna go to Lanthias and let her know that I'm there as well.
James gives a respectful nod towards Blef Blanada. Just good to see you again.
All the Achirai are a little nervous around James. None of them quite trusts James. And you do not get a sense of warmth from any of them, James. You kind of are, you're being respectful and standing back, but there's a sense that if you got a little closer, there may be some, puffing up of the defenses.
Right.
And Lily, what did you roll?
17.
17. So
Wow.
it Lolo tentatively moves closer to you and then sort of bows its head slightly, and it's all down at your level. These Achirai birds are enormous. They're 12, 13 feet tall, four long legs. This one you can kind of see eye to eye with. Lily, it's a little taller than you, but it bends its head down, and you're able to rub your hand on its feathers, and it's got a soft down as a very newborn. It's been alive for only a couple of days, but again, these things mature very quickly, and it's on all fours, and it's got a feed bag and
What's the
saddle on its
gestation
back.
period of an Achirai, Jeff?
Well, just go over to my wiki that I've created.
You know what? This one hasn't had its gland removed, so it
That's
actually
right.
has that capability.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. It has the ability to do the smoke.
Lily does not remember that in this moment at all.
Civ does.
Donk, we're glad you made it out all right.
I'm glad you made it out all right too. I ran and I ran. I didn't stop running until I got back here. But after the volcano exploded, things have been tense, to say the least. We were not sure you survived.
We almost didn't.
We weren't sure we were going to.
Did you see the
Not sure.
The wardens?
Not sure that we did.
Some of our scouts mentioned seeing wardens. It was widely reported and quite met with some skepticism, to say the least here. Some don't believe the wardens even exist, even hearing the words of our scouts. But they said there were 3 wardens that moved across the mountainside.
Yes.
And there were reports of a great battle on the top of the mountain. Was this something you were involved with?
We, sort of. Yes. We were adjacent. We were battle adjacent. But it was...
We helped free the warden, and then there was the big battle.
Yes.
Yes. And Don told us that you made it into the fortress of the 4 former forges.
We did.
Remarkable.
And have a lot to share.
The bag of holding, I'm going to take out one of the ornamental weapons that we found and show it to him.
And you see Homrian run over and grab it out of your hands.
This is amazing. The craftsmanship, the make. Look, Donk. My goodness. What they could do inside the forges. It's incredible.
We'll happily tell you everything. There is a lot to share. I'll even pull down the shield and sort of. I mean, this is another shield that we found that seems to have some elemental power to it.
And again, like a little kid grabbing the shield and holding it and looking at it.
Look, Donk, look, it's incredible. Yes, it's amazing. Look, here, the detail. It's incredible.
And they're just like, geeking out over the...
You guys want to see something incredible? Check this out. And I pull out one of the crustacean hammers.
And they're holding the shield, and Homrian goes...
Yeah.
Is that for food?
Also for throwing and cracking skulls.
And then you see Donk go. And Homrian goes,
Not for dwarven skulls, right?
Of course not.
And you see Donk go,
Old habits die hard.
Oh, you.
Wah, wah, wah.
Wait, that's what they would think, right? They would think that's for cracking dwarven skulls.
It's true. Sorry, guys.
Perhaps it would be best. Thank you for this. Perhaps it would be best if we went back to your place, Dondo, where we could bathe and speak of what has happened.
Yes, we smell very terribly, if you haven't noticed by now.
You smell rather nice, actually.
Can we hold on to one of your ceremonial weapons?
Sure.
I also have this flask.
Ooh. For
And
drinking?
Well, or a water fountain.
I like drinking.
Me too.
I thought it was going to be more climactic when I pulled it out, but then I realized it doesn't really look any different than a regular flask.
It's an extremely impressive flask that saved our lives on a couple of occasions already.
If you wish to come with us, you may come, and then we can tell you everything that we found.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. Well, we do have duties here.
Perhaps we should confer in private first and then...
Right, I'm saying later on. Yes.
Yes. Great.
Lily will give Lolo a little hug and say, Lolo, I'm so happy you made it here safely. And I know you probably can't understand me, but our friend Fahima, she's not here, but she would really love you. And she will when we get her back.
And she's kind of following you a little bit as you guys make your way out. She doesn't want you to leave. And you see Pancake kind of stop and step in front of her, and she looks up at Pancake and then watches you go. And
I'll be back.
And you guys progress down the Concord, veering back to the right-hand side into that sort of nondescript, kind of run-down area, frankly. And you get to the familiar door of Donda Carigana's house, and he opens it up, and you walk inside. It's this hut, this hovel that you've been in a number of times before.
Still bloodstained?
No, it has been cleaned. It has been cleaned, but certainly your memory of where that chair was and what you found when you came in here that time is fresh in your minds.
For sure.
Undo. How did you discover the Candle Queen?
Well, that is a tale that is long in telling, my friend. But suffice it to say, it was not without trials and tribulations. It was not without losing a bit of myself and losing a bit of my friends. But through it all, I realized my faith and her grace were more important and were my salvation. The truth ago, rage-fished. The truth.
The truth. And he looks at Homerian and Dunk and the rest of the family. I have heard her call. I have taken oath.
Dondo steps closer to you and he looks up at you and you towering above him. He looks up in your eye and he goes,
Yes, I see it in you. You are taking steps to become a paladin of the Candle Queen.
Yes.
He smiles broadly.
I'll go rage first. I am impressed.
It is all because of her.
Yes.
I'll go simply listen and reach out. She answer.
You may be surprised, I'll go rage-fished, how few can listen.
You may not speak great words, and Ugo looks at James. But I listen, and I am trying.
Now, as much as I would like to confer with you and pray to the Candle Queen, I suspect we have more pressing matters.
I just waited so long, I had to get it out.
I
We are
understand.
missing someone that is very important to us.
Yes.
Yes. A lot's happened, well, for
Fahima,
instance...
in case we've been really cagey about that and you're not
No,
figuring it out.
he asked, we
Gathered
totally
that,
did.
yes, I gathered
Yes.
it.
Right. Listen, there are 5 forges. The adult elders, that speech that they can't quite seem to get out. It's because that their minds have been blocked. Because there are 5 forges. 5 forges, 5 wardens. There has been one that is kept secret. I will happily. James will start pulling out parchment and paper and go to Dondo's table and start writing, drawing out as much of the forges as he remembers and probably remembers
moves over
it
to
pretty
you
well.
immediately and looks over your shoulder as the sketch comes together as you mark up the different hallways.
yeah, literally. So many hallways.
The different.
You think there's anything on the other side of a door? Trust me, it's probably just a hallway.
The structure, as you outline the structure of the fortress, and he says,
Well, of course, this is incredible. The craftsmanship inside the volcano, but I see 4 forges here.
Yes, well, the 5th is hidden here, right in front of the archive, just off in a small alcove, with a statue of the 5th Warden, of Mirasis Blue.
I am not familiar with this name.
What
She's
about
been hidden.
is it Anivrius? What was his name?
Yes,
the one on the books.
Onivrius the Keen. Have you ever heard of a scholar named Onivrius the Keen?
I'm going
Dwarven,
to take
I
out
think.
one of the books that we jacked that has
Right.
Onivrius' name on it.
he takes it from you and he looks at it, and of course, this book is different than books that you've seen made in this time. It's got a binding that is so much more precise and severe, and he holds it in his hand and he looks at the gilded lettering on the spine, Onivrius the Keen, and he holds it and he cracks the book and thumbs through a couple of pages.
This is extraordinary. All this inside the forges. The
Indeed.
5 forges. This seems
Yes.
like there must have been a reason for them to hide the 5th.
I think there was some sort of weapon that was used to end the War of Ideas. That they used a mind flayer, Lord Ereban. Have you ever heard that name? The Keeper of Secrets? Anything?
Yes.
You've heard of him?
I have heard of Lord
What did you
Ereban,
heard?
yes. It's not much, but I believe that he has a creature that has been spoken about in circles, not for many years, but...
Purple tentacles.
Yes.
Takes your
Kind of a
memories.
strange, dramatic voice.
Yes, what
Well, I don't know
Lily,
these
what
details.
Lily said.
I do not know these details, but from what I remember, incredibly powerful.
Yes.
Very.
Have you heard of the name No Nezaron?
No. What is this?
But there are-
Apparently a dragon.
A chrono dragon.
Chrono Dragon. No one believes those exist.
well, this one is dead.
They do.
And
We've been as close to him as we were to you.
Who else knows this information?
Fahima.
Fahima does. And the
Yes,
Ashen
it's
Maid.
Mage.
He
Yes.
is with your enemy.
Yes.
Yes.
The Ashen Mage and her people, these people called Drow, they seem to be rediscovering the secrets hidden by the War of Ideas, and they have quite a bit of anger that this knowledge has been hidden for them for so long, and which I can't really blame them for. But it seems that they are out for vengeance
They are underground somewhere deep.
somewhere. We have no idea where. It's not nearby, I don't think.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, we don't know what Fahima has and has not told them. So
True.
anything we know about them, they could also potentially know.
Has she allied with them? Is she still to be trusted?
Well,
We're
cautiously.
taking precautions. I think she's doing her best, but
She is trying to keep secrets from the Ashen Mage, but the Ashen Mage might be able to read her mind.
Yes.
Yeah, she
We
may
need
be
to
very
get her.
persuasive.
This is concerning.
There
If
is
you've ever
more.
heard- Yes.
Her
go.
father. James, tell him about the father.
Conroy Tighe, an adventurer, an archaeologist, I think.
Yes, Fahima
he's-
asked me about him when she met me. I remember
Right.
that.
Yes, we spoke to him. He seems to be deeply involved with this somehow. He seems to be on his way to finding the Quake Warden. And he said specifically, find the Keeper of Secrets. That's where I am, or that's how to find me.
Ereban.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, it's just a lot to process.
You're telling me.
I had a thought as we were walking. If you're heading north, you want to move quickly, yes?
Yes.
We were going to take the Vardo.
Yes, I assumed. It's a smart course of action, but I have something that may be able to speed your travel north a bit. You
What is
know
it?
that the
Great.
dwarves of Corundum clan live in Vimdur, north of us.
Okay.
What you may not know is that Vimdur and Dalto Thum are connected underground. There is trade between the two cities.
Oh.
It has allowed us to stay vibrant and alive while the orcs threaten our trade routes with other communities, other cities.
Very good.
We've been
Okay.
able to move about underground, and there's something more. This is something that no one outside the Dwarven communities has been told, so I'm trusting you, as I have. You have been in our most sacred place. So I assume this is insignificant in comparison. Several decades ago, the dwarves uncovered something that had been buried in the caves that connect Vimdur and Dalto Thum. A railway, a connection built during the Ariat Age, I assume, by our dwarven ancestors. A rail cart system that can carry cargo at great speeds through the mountains. from
We were on
Vindor.
something like that. There was something we were transported over a great distance on something similar to that down in the forges. Yes.
Technology used by the dwarves who lived here before the War of Ideas.
Yes.
Yes, it makes sense.
It was a
Something like that.
cage made of mithril.
That's right.
Much of this machine is also made of mithril. This rail cart that can move at high speeds. We have, in recent years, figured out how to use it, and we use it frequently to carry cargo and trade between the two dwarvish cities. You
So are
may
you
be
saying-
able to...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Are you saying we should take that and then try right with us?
I believe that rail cart is large enough for you to load your Vardo on with the HII.
Whoa, fantastic.
A journey north that would take days could be accomplished in mere hours.
Time is of the essence, so I feel that that is absolutely what we should do.
Well, the tricky part is that it would once again require asking permission of Ruser Forbrand. And I don't know if he is inclined to agree with you once again. Now,
We have quite a lot to offer him.
and perhaps you may be able to persuade him. But I can tell you this. As much as it has been a link between the two cities, that does not mean that Ruser Forbrand and Bryn Sundergem, the king of Corundum clan, are on good speaking terms. There is animus between the two kings. So I don't know if this would... if Ruser would be amicable to allowing you to show up in Vimdur on your own.
I'm also going to guess that Vimdur probably doesn't like my kind very much.
That's another thing I was going to mention, yes. The other option, Ago, and you know I am not inclined to mention this one. You could stow away on the train, on the cart. You could try to hide yourself, sneak aboard, and sneak off when you arrive in your destination. It would be challenging with the Bardo, but we may be able to assist you in that.
Well, I've been working on something that maybe could help us.
Oh?
Well, you're always asking me if I can disguise you guys, and I can't. Well, I haven't been able to. But I've been working on something that maybe I could try.
Great.
Because I would like to be able to disguise us. Like when I disguise myself, you know?
A
That would
spell?
be very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And this seems like a good situation to try it.
So you could turn us into dwarves.
Yes. Well, we're a bit limited in how much height we can take and get rid of.
Ah,
Within about a foot.
got it.
But perhaps, you know, what other people, creatures are they friendly to?
Human.
Yes, it could be human. I fear anything other than a dwarf will be looked at with skepticism, but
What's the
perhaps.
tallest dwarf?
Well, we could claim a group of tall dwarfs, or perhaps costuming could help this.
Yes.
Or maybe just you could turn into a dwarf and the rest of them could hide.
We could.
I could do
we
that.
could take your lead. Yes. Yeah. Right.
I'm
There are a
about that
number of
size.
options. We could... Duncan, Humrian would be glad to assist in concealing the animals, or at least coming up with a cover tale so we could say that they are carrying precious ore that the Corundum clan might need.
What would they do to us if they found us?
They would kill you.
Yes.
They would behead you. Probably just for being in contact with an orc.
I think
Well-
it makes more sense if we... I cannot believe I'm going to say this, but if we don't sneak, I think it makes more sense to be honest.
Honest.
Uggos
with disguise.
joggos.
I am
I
always
think
inside of
there's
the
probably a
truth.
moment of very silence when Civ says that, where there's like someone drops something, and there's just like,
Can hear a dagger drop in here.
Yeah.
I am
A little crustacean maul falls out of Lily's pocket.
As you know, I am always in favor of using the truth. I just wanted to give you the option because it may not be an easy task, but I can probably...
We still need to find Fahima, though. If
What
we
if
don't
we-
find Fahima, I'm sorry. Go,
No,
please.
go. I interrupted you.
No, I'm just thinking out loud.
What
You're
if
not
we
wrong.
did a modified truth? You know, it's a version of the truth.
A
where
lie.
Our reasoning maybe stays truthful, but our bodies are different.
Yes.
You don't need to ever say, "Look at me, I'm not an orc," but
Not
they
like
see
we
what
walk
they
in
see.
and say that.
Yes. But then you just say, "Hello, my name's Uggo," and they see a human, and you walk on by.
Have you been in touch with the Natural Order?
No, I have not.
I need
It's
to
been
reach it.
fairly locked down here, as you can assume, from the orcish threat and then from whatever else is out there now. Bruiser has been overly cautious, you might say.
James,
Yes.
James,
Yeah. What is it?
maybe you should tell him that you can't sleep.
Right. This might be unrelated. I seem to be having issues falling asleep. Have you ever heard of
tried
anything
counting
like
sheep?
I did. I was very restless.
Always works for old Dunno.
Sure.
I also offered to bash him over the head until he went to sleep, but he didn't want that either.
No.
We've tried extreme ends of the spectrum, but
But no, if you...
Perhaps if you go to bed here, it is getting quite late, and I'm fairly confident I can organize a audience with the king in the morning. So perhaps
great.
it would be good for you to rest up, wash up, get a good meal in you, and get some rest.
I'd love to wash these guts off of my body.
Oh,
no.
gosh. Yes.
I hate to be a burden, but these candles are not doing so great when I try to cast spells in the heat of battle. They tend to squish when I try to hold them while use maul. I see you wear that. Do you?
Symbol, yes.
Yes, I don't know for sure, but my heart tells me that is symbol of Candle Queen.
Yes.
Do you have another?
He smiles and he walks over to a chest in the back of the room. The chest, you remember him pulling his silver sword out of. The one
Can I see the sword too?
The one he had used to cast Zone of Truth when you first met him. He unlatches the chest, opens it, plucks the sword, and he also pulls out a cloth, or something wrapped in a cloth. And he brings it over to you, holding the sword down, its point toward the ground. And he unwraps this cloth, and in it is a golden ankh shape. The kind of a squished oval circle at the top and two sides that point down. It's the same symbol that he is wearing around his neck. This one's slightly smaller. He says,
I'll go. Rage-fished my orcish paladin friend. It would be my honor for you to take this.
I will keep it safe, and I will use it as maul for Candle Queen.
And it, in return, will keep you safe.
Thank you, Dondo. Without you, I would not know her. You led me there.
I am but an instrument of her grace. Praise the Candle Queen. Do her. Do right by her, Uggo. Honor
I am
your
but
oath.
an instrument.
Indeed. Honor your oath. Honor the truth.
Civ, I mean, you're right to think of... We have no idea where Fahima is.
If we get
but I
on
think-
this train thing, she will never find us.
I mean, we got the sense that there was maybe a portal that she was behind or something that maybe, you know...
Can you use your spell to speak to her?
Yes.
was just going to say.
In fact, there might be something I can do that might maybe even a little better.
What's that?
There's ironically enough, it involves going into someone's dreams and having conversations.
Can you do that when you are not able to sleep, though?
I don't need to be sleeping. They need to, wherever they are, they need to be asleep.
So the next time Fahima sleeps, you can do this?
Yes.
Is she asleep right now?
It's I can't tell. Well, actually, hang on. Let me check the checking.
How do you know when to do it?
You can enter anyone's dreams anywhere?
I can. I mean, I could, if need be, I can turn it into a nightmare, which is a little intimidating.
James, I mean this as
Give her nightmares.
Very big compliment, but it's terrifying that you can do that.
Believe me, it's a new power that I'm not entirely comfortable with. If the target is awake when you cast the spell, the messenger knows it. So basically, I could take 8 hours to cast this spell and wait for her to fall asleep.
Okay.
What?
It would be nice if we knew where she is at now.
Right. Are there time zones?
Is there daylight savings time?
My survival instinct was like,
She's in time central.
I'm gonna say
mountain
no.
time. We're a mountain time.
Okay.
I
mean, it's a natural
He was in
question.
Australia. She's awake.
There is one sun in the sky, I assume, right? There's just one star in the sky.
Hopefully
every day?
she's
It's
taking
a
a
smaller
nap
planet.
somewhere.
It's a
Cool.
magic.
Cool.
Keep drinking your wine, Jeff.
I'm not
Keep
gonna
drinking your wine.
listen. I like world building, but I'm not going time zones, guys.
Is it pretty late now?
Huh?
Is it pretty late now?
Yeah, it is pretty late now. I mean, you guys got here, at dusk, and it's pretty late. Yeah.
James, I think you should try that now. Because I
Yes.
think we all need to go to sleep and we need to have this audience with the king in the morning.
Yes, and the sun goes down everywhere on the planet all at the same time. So
True. Why do you say it like that?
I'm just saying that out loud because I just realized it.
Ron.
Right.
Love you, Jeff.
Oh man.
One love.
Is there anything? Okay, before I do this, where she is, obviously, anything else really important?
Zanalka. Zanalka.
Mm-hmm.
And
Where, if she can come with us.
Yes.
And
If
ask
she
her if
figured
she-
out weaknesses.
Yes, weaknesses.
And ask her if she read the thing that Ugo gave her.
And
Right.
ask her if she's figured out a way to get out.
Yes.
Yes,
And
because
if she gets out, does she know where she is going to end up if she is going in Portal?
Right.
And if she likes Lolo as a name for a baby Achira.
Right.
And tell her that we all love her and we all really miss her a lot.
And if she wants her malls, because Ugo will take them if she
Yeah, I
doesn't.
set them aside for her, so
Yeah.
if she wants them, she just has to let
Perfect.
me know.
James, do you want to write
Yes.
this down? It's a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
no,
things.
no.
Make a
I
list.
will. I will make a
I
list.
can make an agenda for you. if
Oh,
you want
please,
to.
please, yes. I can't really take it into a dream with me, but if I have it and I look at it before I start, then it'll be in my mind.
Okay, great.
Anything
Also-
she could say about Yanmo or Earthenfarts, what they are doing, what they are working on, if they give
Right.
away anything.
Right.
Plans.
I think.
And the Drow, anything about the Drow, so we can learn more about those people.
For certain. The sooner.
Ask her what she's having for dinner every night, because I want to know what happens.
Okay.
Well, I want to
What?
make sure they're feeding her properly.
Oh, yes. Of course, yes. Okay.
Taking care
Right.
of her, I guess is a better
Okay.
way to say it.
Okay, are you safe, Ertenvert, Drow, Yanmo? What's for dinner? A China name?
where
Can
are
you get
you?
out? How? Where will
Read
you?
Orctionary.
What time
Right.
is it there?
Got it all.
Favorite color? Probably red, though.
It's
All
probably red.
Yeah, probably.
All right, so as the rest of you wash up and enjoy a bowl of piping hot mountain stew,
Yes.
courtesy of
Code red.
courtesy of Dondo Krigna, James starts casting a spell he has not cast before. It is a new experience for you, James. You are touching your magical ability in a new way, and it is strange to you to step into this other place, to sort of project yourself out into the ether, your consciousness seeking Fahima's. And as that process begins, as you start waiting for her to go to sleep, to enter into her dreams, we're gonna have to check in on Fahima. So here's what's gonna happen. You guys are gonna go away. And we're gonna check in on Fahima, and we'll come back. We'll come back because Fahima needs to do some things.
She doesn't know
can
what's coming.
needs to talk to you. All right, so all of you are going away. All of you are going away. We're bringing in Jessica to play Fahima, and we will see what happens.
Can we bring in Jessica to play Uggo? No, just kidding.
Yes, you can.
So I believe that the powers that be are summoning Jessica from the ether, and we are losing all of you guys. Bringing in Jessica Lynn Parsons. Jessica Lynn Parsons, you're summoned.
I'm here.
You are summoned. There she is. Hello.
Hello.
All right, so we're not quite at intermission yet, so we're just gonna go right into your stuff because it is time. Huh?
Am I live right now?
You are live. You are live. You're on the. You're in the show. You're on the show.
I thought I was, but for a second I thought I might not be. Hi everyone.
Hi. All right. So let's catch everybody up with what's been going on with you, and we'll move into some Fahima things because there's some stuff afoot with you. All right. It started with a choice. Fahima Tig chose to abandon her friends to save them. She walked through a portal with the Ashen Mage into the unknown alone to prevent the unthinkable. In doing so, she became Calcutta Theed's apprentice, living in an underground labyrinth, waking each day to learn from the Ashen Mage out of a spellbook written in the wizard's own hand. Fahima mastered powerful new spells and discovered that Theed sheltered an entire civilization, a group of subterranean people she called the Drow. The Ashen Mage also held Fahima's friend, a werewolf named Zanalka, in a cage underground. Zanalka had been afflicted with a bloodthirst by Theed's previous apprentice, a man named Vargan. Each night, Fahima visited Zanalka, even sharing a kiss with her through the bars of her cell. Soon, Fahima learned that the Ashen Mage wanted to make contact with her father, Conroy Tig, nearly as much as she did. As a fire genasi, Fahima existed through the power of a wish. Theed told her that a key to reclaiming the knowledge that had been wiped away from Ayn after the War of Ideas was to understand is to understand the nature of that wish. So the Ashen Mage cast a spell called Whispering Sands, which allowed words to be transported through grains of sand, dust, or ash. She spread the remnants of a burning fire on the ground, and Fahima reached out to her father, picturing him in her mind. Then she heard his voice vibrating through the embers. But before Conroy could tell her the information she needed, Fahima dropped concentration twice, breaking the connection created by Whispering Sands and frustrating the Ashen Mage in the process. Escorted out of the room, Fahima was suddenly transported by the magic of the Secret Keeper's amulet to a party in Winkburg, where she was briefly reunited with her former teammates. She urged them to give her more time, and she promised Civ that she'd steal the Ashen Mage's silver dagger for him. But when she teleported back into the underground lair an hour later, Jan Mo was furious. For the next 3 days, he escorted her not to the Ashen Mage's workshop to study, but to the Drow settlement to work manual labor in a landfill, digging holes in the refuse for the Drow to dispose of their trash and sewage. Finally, on the 4th day, Fahima was brought before Calcutta Theed once again. The Ashen Mage told her that her loyalty was in doubt, that she had to prove her commitment with a blood sacrifice, that every member of the Cabal had suffered for the cause, and now it was her turn. Theed forced Fahima to read a spell of necromancy, powerful blood magic that could utilize her own life essence to magnify the effects of another spell. She brought Zanalka into the room in chains and urged Fahima to burn the werewolf, to sacrifice her friend, prove her loyalty, and finally, once and for all, join the other side. But Fahima could not. She refused, unwilling to relinquish the last bit of herself in service of the Ashen Mage. Thrown back into her room, the door locked, Fahima knew that she was safe no longer, that she had to escape. Using magic she learned from Calcutta Theed herself, Fahima turned into living water and seeped through the cracks in the walls and out of her room. She snuck down the tunnel back to the very location where she had first arrived so many days ago. She walked back into the magical darkness at the end of the corridor and felt around, discovering runes that made up a teleportation circle, an arcane code that allowed powerful wizards to transport themselves from place to place. Using her charcoal, she made an etching of the symbols and studied them, applying all of the knowledge Theed had given her to reverse engineer the spell and teach herself to use it. Then she raced back to Zanalka's room, polymorphed the werewolf into a spider, and cast Teleportation Circle, just as Jan Mo and one of Fardinald Urtenfurt's Fahima clones burst into the room. With her phoenix familiar Meep and a spider version of Zanalka in her hand, Fahima Tig once again disappeared boldly into parts unknown. And the first thing she noticed was the smell. And that's where you pick up. Indeed, the first thing you notice is the smell: dirt and stone, freshly cut pine, tall grass and trees, fresh outdoor air. The second thing you notice is that you're falling. You seem to have appeared, manifested, perpendicular to the ground. Your feet slide off of the stone surface they materialized onto, and you land with a thud on grassy dirt 2 feet below. Meep and the spider that is Zanalka tumbling with you. You look back and you see a large slab of stone jutting out of the ground, a ring of runes embossed on it. Other large chunks of rock and stone are littered all around this clearing. Twisted pieces of metal, too. Pipes and bars and rods, bent and mangled, embedded in the dirt. Huge divots taken out of the ground all around you. Large swaths of the grass torn up, trees broken. It looks like wreckage, like something crashed here.
Huh. Fimo, get up, dust yourself off. Is everyone all right? Is everyone okay? Zanalka? Zanalka?
Meep. Meep. You see a little spider.
Do I recognize my surroundings?
Roll me a history check. You have advantage from Falstar.
Thank you, Falstar. Oh, that's an awesome! Thank you!
Awesome.
You're not in jail anymore.
You immediately recognize the stone. It's Cloudstone. You realize you're standing near a section of Urtenfurt's Lodestar, the tower in the sky that came crashing thousands of feet down when you and the Heroes of Bingle freed the Storm Warden from his shackles and he destroyed the structure from the inside. It seems pretty clear to you that since you taught yourself the spell Teleportation Circle from the Ashen Mage's own Teleportation Circle, at the first 2 initial access points you found that you've connected to are ones that she used. And you feel pretty lucky that jumping blindly through the portal, you didn't wind up at the bottom of the deep reef.
Yeah, or back somewhere in her lair. Okay. And that fallen lodestar was within walking distance of the camp, right? Where
Torvald's camp, yeah.
We're with Diptha and Torvald?
Yep.
Okay.
It was a bit of a hike, but yeah, it was close by.
Oh, okay.
She's
and they were taken.
You see this spider moving, jittering around.
Zelga, do you want to be a person again?
It's jumping up and down, kind of.
I'm gonna take that as yes. I'll drop the concentration on.
Okay. And you see this spider transform. Its 8 legs retracting, its hairs changing into longer woven hairs, and this werewolf grows out of this tiny little spider. That was incredible.
Yeah, I can't believe it worked.
You saved me. Even the chains are gone.
Well, and luckily I know where we are, sort of. I've been here before, so I think the best thing that we can do is... how far of a walk would you say it is, Jeff, to where we were before? Days?
To where you were before, meaning Torvald's camp, or where where Torvald's camp was. Now remember,
where it was, yeah.
Way back then, you had picked up everything and moved it. Remember, you moved it over to where the Storm Warden was down, you encountered those orcs, and then you went into the vision. So if you're moving back to the original Torvald's camp where Dufo is buried, it would take maybe half a day to walk.
Okay. What about where the Storm Warden was?
That is much closer. It is still, it would take, probably at least an hour to get there. But, there's wreckage strewn all over the place. And you can actually see the path, the swath that the Storm Warden destroyed when it, that's the path that you actually followed to find it. When it hit and kind of took out all of the trees in the tree line. You can see it pretty far away from you, and you could probably get there in an hour or two.
Okay. And I have so many questions. Would it be helpful for me to notate the runes from this teleportation circle I just came through? Does that help me in any way?
I mean, you are able to access this teleportation circle. When you learn this spell, you get 2 locations, and this is one, and the Deep Reef is the other that you've learned immediately. So this is where you, I know, I'm sorry, but that's the case. So you're able to teleport here and there so far, but as soon as you find new teleportation circles or create them yourself, you'll be able to teleport to those places.
Okay. Okay. Sinelka, I think we should head towards just the last point where I knew where we were. Otherwise, we have to find my team as soon as possible, and I think
how do we do that?
We could fly. I could turn one of us into a giant eagle, and we could all ride somewhere, or at least get up high enough that we can point ourselves in the right direction.
Right.
I think you're conjuring a compass or something just to point us
where are
in one direction. Well, I don't know exactly. The last time I saw them, it was when I met them at the party, and I think they were just teleported there as well for a bit, but they said that they hadn't moved far.
So,
from Sky Scorcher
then
Peak.
We move south toward Winkberg.
Yes. Right? That's right. I'm relying on you, Jeff, for the map.
I mean,
in your head.
you would be very, very far north of Winkberg right now. Yes.
Okay.
So if you can remember in your head, the big swath of mountains that is Nelrim Mountain Range.
Yeah, I bet I can pull the map up too.
I think maybe we were showing it to the audience. Hopefully, below the base of the mountains where the volcano Sky Scorcher Peak is, below that is Winkberg. Far north is Thorn and Olsvach. South of that is a city called Taif. Sort of northwest of Taif, up there between the Nelrim Mountains and Thorn, which is much higher up, is this wooded area, this wooded section that is sort of open forest. That is where Torvald's camp was. So that's where the Storm Warden fell. That's where you went up on the Lodestar. That's when all that happened.
That was north of the Nelrim Mountains?
It was east of the Nelrim Mountains. It was slightly north of Vimdur, which is the northern Dwarven city.
Wow, we've made our way across the map. Yeah, okay. So I think that's our best bet, is to just head to where we last saw them. I don't know what else we can do. I can't teleport anywhere except for where the Ashen Mage has been, so...
Do you think she's gonna follow us? I'm worried. We ran out of there, and I think she wants us dead.
I don't know. Fahima will...
She appear there, and she points her long clawed werewolf fingers point at this slab that's stuck in the ground, and it's sticking up. Like, clearly it was this direction. It was, horizontal and parallel to the ground at one point when it was part of this big tower in the sky. And as it crashed to the ground, it stuck into the ground, perpendicular. And so the rune that would be under the feet is, perpendicular to the ground. So that's when you appeared there and you fell, and she points right at that thing, this circle that you see before you on this jagged, stony piece of what was the floor in a building that is now sort of functions basically like a wall, and as to what you're looking at. She points at it and she says, could she come through there at any moment?
I suppose she could. So we have to move quickly.
I don't know what to do.
I'm
so scared.
I'm exhausted, quite frankly. I don't have a way of turning us into the eagle at this moment. I guess we just have to run.
Okay. Beep, beep, beep.
Then let's run.
Okay.
Which way? South?
South.
All right. And she transforms into a full wolf. She turns out of this sort of hybrid humanoid werewolf form into a full wolf, no longer able to speak to you, but able to move much quicker. And she looks up at you, and she starts bounding, waiting for you to follow.
Oh my God, they're both gonna be so much faster than me. Fahima's just like jogging behind as fast as she can.
All right, and you see her start to run in south, and you're moving through this kind of open area. A lot of these trees broken and bashed, but some of them just cut down as well. If you remember, this area had been heavily forested by the orc armies that had moved through here, and a lot of those, you see stumps of cut trees, and you see the wreckage of the Lodestar all around you. It had a big, wide surface area that it took up when it broke apart, when the Storm Ordnance side crashed and broke it to pieces. Bits of the alterations that Fardinald Urtenford had made, the metal pieces sticking out of the ground, bent and broken. You're moving through all of it, and you see Zanalka stop several feet in front of you and look back, alerted, and she goes,
yes?
I smell something.
Oh no. What is it?
Up ahead.
A what?
That open area near the rocks. I smell something. And she inches forward, and you kind of out in this open area with a big rock tree line, and she goes, there. Do you see it?
What is it? Does it smell like ham?
Ham? Oh, that would be nice. No.
Oh no, I thought that's what you were gonna do.
Roll initiative.
Whoa! That's the opposite of Hamlet.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Hamlet. Roll initiative, Fahima.
Oh my God, all my high spell slots are gone. Oh boy. 11.
All right, let's see what Fahima or Zanalka rolled. She rolled a 10, so she's right behind you. And ooh, monster rolled high. Okay, so let us go to the map room.
Hamlet.
Let's go to the map room and take a look at what we're looking at here. We got.
Oh, I gotta pull that up.
Oh, we're coming down from the map room. Beautiful, beautiful map room. So you're in this clearing, and you're staring. You've kind of moved down this way. There's Zanalka there, werewolf. There's Meep right next to you. And out of the tree line, you see a creature emerge. It is like nothing you've ever seen. It is strange and bizarre. When you moved through here, you never saw anything like this. In fact, all of your experience with your father and all of the magical creatures that he has accumulated, he's shown you all the books you've read about magical creatures. You've never seen anything like this. It looks like something from a nightmare. It looks like sort of a lion with a face, with a scorpion's tail. It looks like a mishmash of a whole number of weird things, and it steps out of the trees and starts moving toward you. Maybe we can get a good look at this thing.
Oh, wow. Wow.
It is,
oh, it's moving.
yeah, it is strange, and it is angry, and it is large. And that's where we're going to go to intermission. So on the flip side, we're going to see how Fahima handles a fight by herself. We got... yeah, no, you got no spell slots. Out of the frying pan into the fire, Fahima. I'm sorry. But we got a crazy creature in the woods that you're going to have to deal with. I do have some folks I want to thank on the way out. And that is Sitar, Grim Faded, Vosh Voyager, Cosmic Lord 94, David Gen Pro, J Freak, Lazy Pixie, Extinguish the Flame, Bearded Breed 89, and others. Appreciate those balloons. And we are 96% of the way to a force of evil and 17% of the way to a force of good.
We will be back with more of Fahima's side of the story to see how she deals with this battle after intermission. Stick around. Araban will take care of you.
What do you mean we're live now? Oh, good. All right. Yes. Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after this brief intermission. Jeff just left us with one heck of a cliffhanger, yes? I mean, we knew it was going to be a fight, but that is a manticore, if I'm not mistaken, is it? Is that what that was? Goodness gracious sakes alive. Now listen, I know, and you know, Fahima is very, very strong. Oh! Yay! Mommy! Mommy! Aye! Okay, Dreamblaze. Very, very funny. Very funny, Dreamblaze. Real good, man. What did I tell you in the opening? Were you not here? Were you not here in the opening? Dreamblaze. I must hear from you. Everyone else, stop speaking. Just Dreamblaze. No, I was not. Okay, good. Well, at least you weren't here to hear the news that I'm going to tell you now, and I want you to hear it and hear it well. Hold on. I have to speak with someone else real quick. Doc Lannister. Lord Araban, how long is the intermission? I'm leaving work. Look, if you don't want to watch the intermission, Doc Lannister, you don't need to. It'll be on for the next 45 minutes. I'm going to sit here and humdrum, okay? So don't worry, you'll be fine. Go, leave, drive, do what you need to do. Get home. We'll be here. All right, back to you, Dreamblaze. Here's the deal. Don't touch Milo's ball, got it? Ever again. Seriously, no. I'm not joking. Serious. It's very painful. Do you understand? Everyone else, stop speaking. Just Dreamblaze. Do you understand, Dreamblaze? Dreamblaze? Speak! Eat me, he says. No, that was Rhaegor. Okay. I see what we're doing here. We're playing the Chef Scott 68 game, aren't we? Aren't we, Chef Scott? Looky here. I will not settle for being under your thumb this eve. Chef Scott, you must, and I will tell you only once more, you must cease with the Milo's Bulls. All right? For real now. You must cease. If you do not, I will be required and forced to remove you from the show. Do you understand? And I have the power. Oh, I have the power. I can do it! Vosh Voyager saying, to help improve your mood, Lord Araban, here's a rose. Listen, Vosh Voyager, just between you and I'm perfectly fine. I'm just a little PO'd. Okay? Just a little. All right, everyone, just please heed my advice here, okay? No more Milo's Bulls. For the next 15 minutes at least. Are we clear? Good. Dragon Rose there. Feels like I'm waking up from a dream. What is this? What is this pain I'm experiencing? Okay. It was Dreamblaze once again, wasn't it? What are you, competing for my pain? Is that what this is? You, Chef Scott and Dreamblaze, is that what it is? Competition? I almost said competition, but I said it right after a few moments of thinking. Competition, is that what it is? Oh, Chef Scott, why do you and Dreamblaze desire to hurt me so? The pain is deep, the pain is woe. Oh, I'm feeling low. I want to kill little Milo. If I could step on his neck, I would, and destroy him, but I cannot move. Because my behind is lit up on fire. So stop it. Oh, those lyrics are pain, Snaggletooth? Well, give me a little more and I'll show you what pain will really be. No, don't give me any more. Chef Scott, Dreamblaze, I'm kidding. No more, please. That was a joke. Okay, look, everyone, stop. I want it all to stop for the moment because I need to say some things. Really important things like this. For those of you that are not watching the show live right now, you really should be watching the show live. Not because of this. Forget the intermission. That should basically not even be a part of the show as far as I'm concerned. I'm talking about the show live because it's better that way. All right? Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can live chat with me, yes, and our wonderful community. They are the best, except for two very important individuals, Chef Scott, 68, and Dreamblaze. They can go to the Underdark as far as I'm concerned. But really, truly, it is a wonderful community, and they are great, except for the two that I just named. Now, here's a tip from me to you. Also, before we do anything further, make sure that you follow the show. Right now, if you're watching it, of course, all you need to do is click the star on the channel. If you don't know where the channel is and you're watching at a later date, it's caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. Got it? I'll say it once more. Caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. Click the star to follow the channel. You'll get live notifications. Right, where was I? Dealing with you unbelievable people. Specifically, Chef and Dream. Everyone else, I love you. I really do. No joke. I haven't loved a group of people more than I love you at this moment. And I could not dislike any two individuals more than I dislike Chef Scott 68 and Dreamblaze at this moment. And they can be assured that they will never, and I mean never, get an invite to the ASSS. That's Ereban Super Special Shindig. They are out. Done. Never, ever. Okay? Yes, you'll get your name spoken, Dreamblaze. And yes, Chef Scott 68, you get to be the famous one right now. But you will never join me and the rest of the time stream watchers at my ass party. Got it? Not Spencer's boat. Lord Ereban, how could you ever love anyone? I'm not sure anymore, to be honest with you, Not Spencer's boat. I really don't know. Maybe I shouldn't love anyone. Maybe I should take all of my love, collapse it into my black heart, and go into my dungeon and sleep for the next 5 years. I probably don't have that much time, but you get the idea. Yes, I do love Jeff. That's true, Druid Otter. Thank you for noticing. You don't have a heart or love, says Rhaegor. Listen, Rhaegor, I thought we were good friends. What happened with us? Weren't you gonna be something or other like a bouncer for me at the ASSS? What happened? All right then, what's with the negativity? Grim Fated says, Lord Erebin, not feeling the love. That's true, I'm not. It only takes one of you. Look, I look at the negative more than I look at the positive. You could give me compliments for days, but if I get one negative comment, I will focus on it until I'm blue in the, well, I guess blue in the face, would that work? Yes, until I'm blue in the face, or purple in the face, but I'm already that, so I don't know if that really works. Yes, of course. But it's what's not the way, Dragon Rose. Yes, one negative comment. Blef Blanata. Banata. Is it Banata? I thought it was Blef Blanata, but okay. I could be wrong. Knight's Wolf, 1981 says, Lord Erebin. What? A brain and an aspirin? No, that wouldn't do anything for me. A brain, maybe. An aspirin would probably just go straight through. And definitely, if there's going to be any sort of mechanical trouble inside, that's what's going to cause it. All right, look. We have to get on to speaking about more important things. Specifically, for those that have never been here before, I need to discuss props. Okay? We'll get back to the mechanical trouble in a moment, please. No, Chef. No. I'll do the talking. Throughout our time together, you, that's you, the Watchers, will be called upon to help guide decisions made within this game. In addition to chatting with me and the rest of the Time Watchers, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. What are these props? Well, if you show love, I should say, if you love the show, you can show love. And when you buy show love balloons, Jeff can see it and may read them out during the game, showing you some love. But the good news is, when you do it, show love, that is, buy balloons, you then can support one of the two teams. Team Force of Good, those are the yellow balloons, and Team Force of Evil, those are the purple balloons. If you fancy yourself good, yellow. If you fancy yourself evil, grim-fated, I'm looking at you, purple. It's a beautiful color. I love it. So does Milo. Now, every point given with the balloons goes towards the Force cards. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil cards are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon counts. Ah, grim-fated? Yes. That's what I like to call a yammer. It's not a potato. It's not a yam. It's a yammer. And it's delicious. Milo loves to eat them. He likes to salt them and put a little bit of butter on them. He often doesn't finish the whole thing, but he does enjoy them very, very much. And yes, there's a bull, but we won't talk about that until the very end, so that people like Dreamlaze and Chef Scott can't come up with any funny ideas. No. Shh. Now, as certain thresholds are met, Force cards will be given to a team. And yes, those potatoes, we've added those to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. A good potato is the equivalent of 120 gold balloons, and an evil yam is the equivalent of 120 evil balloons. But at a much better value, and who doesn't love a deal? I know I do. Milo is tilting his head over there saying he does, but then again, no one cares. Thank you, Milo. Also, Milo is playing our music this evening. There are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode, and we'll show you a status update so that you know how close you are to the next card. Any leftover progress will carry over to next week's show. So yes, I want you to submit Force cards. Continue doing it. head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. That's where you can suggest them. You could also bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. That's a good thing. That'll come in handy. The players will thank you. Now, if you're so inclined, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, the disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is a bowl of pain. Don't I know it? Advantages or disadvantages can only be given to players or the DM. When given to a player, you must specify who at the table it is for, or I will give it for you. I will make the choice, and I assure you, you will hate it. Okay? I will make the choice that you certainly did not want to make, just to spite you. Last but not least, yes, we do have something that looks like a bowl. Really, it looks like a cauldron with some purple fluid in it. That's Milo's. Oh, it's Milo's bowl. And you gotta love Milo's bowl. It's so bright and shiny. You'll never get enough. Leave it alone. No one wants to see it. 'Cause it makes the old man, that's Ereban, cry out of pain and frustration. Please stop it, Jeff Scott. I will pay you anything. I will give you your heart's desire in gold and women. Please just stop it. Oh, and Charlie Stetson, here you go. Look at this. Oh, a yellow potato. How beautiful is that? Charlie, if I'm not mistaken, you're new here. And I have to say, an absolute fantastic addition to the Watchers. You're a force of good person. You're helpful. You're loving. You're kind. Unlike Chef Scott. Unlike Dreamblaze. And unlike, well, Grim Fate has actually been quite nice as well tonight, but usually kind of mean. Not really, but sort of. So, Charlie, thank you. Much appreciated. As for the rest of you, I love you all. You're all invited to the ASSS, except, of course, the two, Chef Scott and... As a matter of fact, if you've ever been uninvited to the ASSS, you're now re-invited. Okay? But Chef Scott and Dreamblaze, don't worry, you're uninvited forever. We'll talk about that later. No, everyone else can come forever. You're all invited. You have an everlasting invitation. Yes, of course I'm too wishy-washy. Spencer's boat, not Spencer's boat. You would be too if you were in pain. Okay, last but not least, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more info on our characters, Dungeon Run merch, and the link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a truly wonderful community of watchers. You can upload your fan art there as well. We love fan art. I love fan art. And you can submit your force cards there as well. And to those who have already submitted, I see you and I thank you. Now, what I'm assuming all of you are thinking to yourselves right now is, why doesn't he go on forever? We want to listen to this illithid speak his mind about all things Dungeon Run and worldly events. But alas, you're not going to get your wish. No. This intermission is coming to an end. Only too soon for me. So, I want to thank everyone who has shared tonight's show. If you have not shared it, I ask you to please do so. Really, truly. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Tell a friend to tell a friend. That friend will tell a friend. Then another friend will tell a friend, and that friend will tell that friend. And that will form a web of friends. And through this thing we call the internet, every single person on the face of this planet will join us here and watch. And this will continue to be the greatest show of all time. That's a fact. Trust me when I tell you, the greatest. Dreamblaze, I'll see you next week as well. And don't worry, I still love you. You're just not invited to my party. Okay. Remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversations around the game. But now, I'm going to send it back over to my good friend and confidant, Jeff.
I love being your confidant. I love being your confidant, Araban. I love being your confidant. Thanks for telling me all those confidential things. I appreciate it. Hey, we're back. And we're back in it. I want to thank all the folks that gave us love over the intermission, including Melodies of Old, Jabberwocky, Judge Dreadful, Witch Space, Bacon Chef Tommy, Dreamblaze, Silly, Nightwolf 1981, Hail Yourself IFC, Hail Yourself FC, excuse me, Hail Yourself FC, and others. But we got potatoes! Oh my gosh, we got another potato from Charlie Stinson. Thank you, Charlie. I love that you caught up and you're with us and you're supporting the show. That's incredible. Very generous of you. Thank you. We got an evil yam from the one and the only Grim Faded. Thank you, Grim Faded. Which means that Force of Evil has unlocked, Team Force of Evil has unlocked a Force of Evil card. We don't have the amulet with us, so it will unlock when we get back to the Heroes of Bingle. We also 57% of the way to a Force of Good and 32% of the way to a Force of Evil. Thank you for all that support. All right, Fahima, you are in it. The monster rolled the highest initiative, so it is going to go first. It is going to charge directly out of the tree line, right at you, get up right next to you. Fahima, it's going to swipe at Zanelka and you. It has 3 attacks, a multi-attack. And I have advantage from A.G. McLeod, countered by Melodies of Old on my first, advantage from Mom of Goblins on my second. Ooh, that is a 14 against you.
Yeah, that hits.
Oh.
Hits.
And a 13 against Zanelka. I don't think that hits her. What is her?
Ooh.
What is her?
Tough lady.
Oh no, it does hit her. She's got only 12 AC in wolf form. So that both hits. And it is bite against you. Rolled a 1. That's 4 points of piercing damage. And the claw against Zanelka is 5 points of slashing damage on you. She comes up, biting, running up this incredibly strange creature, unlike anything you've ever seen before. Comes up and slashes at you. And that completes its turn. So you are up, Fahima.
Okay, I really didn't think I was going to be in melee, but guess it's happening. Fahima's going to reach back and cast Fire Whip and try to grapple this creature.
Amazing.
While she's here. So I make a melee.
Is this the first time you've cast Fire Whip?
Not the first time, but it's been a long time. It's probably been a year in our time since I've cast it. Yeah, I make a melee spell attack. Which, do I have advantage on that?
Oh, thanks for asking. You do. You have advantage from TK421, countered by Grim Faded.
Ah! All right, normal roll. Melee spell attack. Is that different from a ranged spell attack? Does it make a difference?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If it's a spell attack, it'll use your spell attack modifier either way, I think.
All right, so it's 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Yay! Good job, Fire Whip. Okay, 2d6 fire damage. And I can use my bonus action to attempt to grapple. So that's 7 fire damage.
Nice.
And I will do that. I will use my bonus action to attempt to grapple. No, I rolled low.
Do I need to roll a strength? Is that
it says attempt to grapple using their spell save DC.
Oh.
Right? Is that against your spell save DC?
No,
I don't
I wouldn't
know.
have a spell save DC, but it would be
Using my spell save DC?
I gotta beat your DC.
Oh, you have to beat my DC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? I'm trying to save against your spell, right?
Yeah.
Probably not. You know what it was? Is it a dex?
It just says it's a grapple. I'm attempting to grapple you.
Grapple would be against your spell save DC. Oh, so I gotta roll a strength check against your spell save, I guess. I mean, I found this spell myself. Anyway, my strength
pull
is
it
a
up on
12,
D&D
so I
Beyond.
probably didn't get it.
No, you did not. Cool. You're grappled, and you will take 1d6 fire damage for each turn that you end while still grappled.
Amazing. Okay, so you manifest this spell that actually you learned from Calcutta Thieves Spellbook. This was derived from the Inferno Warden, actually.
No.
And this whip of living flame, this fire licks out in a long stream, and you snap it right at this hideous creature of strange amalgamations, and it burns and it screams, and then you spin the whip around, and it wraps around this thing. It is struggling against this fire. It is searing its flesh and fur.
And I look so cool right now.
Yeah, you do. You're like
Front of
Fire
Sinalka?
Indiana Jones, Fire Lara Croft.
That's all I want.
Fire Croft? No.
Yes!
All right, so it is Zanalka's turn. So Zanalka is going to try to defend you and take a bite out of this thing. She has a multi-attack too. She can bite and claw in a hybrid form. Actually she was in wolf form, but she can only bite in wolf form. And then she uses an action to.
Well, we're all here for this. We're all here to see how Zanelka fights.
Yeah, we're gonna be.
This is exciting.
Yeah. She has multi-attack, so she's gonna use one of those to transform back into hybrid form, and then just bite. Oh, you rolled terribly. It's a 7. It's a
She's
miss.
distracted by my coolness.
Yeah, she sees the fire whip. Although she would have advantage because it is grappled, right? What is it?
Right?
Let me see.
It does something. I'm not a DM.
I know. I should have this all in my head, but I don't always. Oops.
What? Juggling 2 separate shows in one night? You don't have this all in your brain right now?
Here we go. You're not cooperating. Grappled is can't benefit any much from speed. No, so a restrained would be the one that gives you the advantage. Okay, so she misses. Attempts to bite, does not. So at the bottom of the round, you see something else emerge from the tree line. It is small. It is flapping. It is aloft. It looks like a skull with wings. It is again, this kind of bizarre amalgamation of weird things that you've never quite seen before. It flies at you. There it is. This skull with wings, and it comes flying at Zanalka, and it is going to try to bite her.
Aww.
So again, out of the trees, out of the forest, it is going to bite, and that would be a 16 to hit. Hits, and she takes 4 points of piercing damage and 1 point of necrotic damage. So you see this thing come and latch, and it comes down. It's got this skull, and it's got these big fangs, and it's flapping. It's a tiny little thing, but it comes flying down at you and Zanelka, and it basically latches on with these kind of bony fangs. It is a strange thing, unlike anything you've ever seen. And it's back to the top of the round. That would be
an Ashen Mage creation.
I don't know if you'd be able to determine that. It is certainly not something like anything you've ever encountered before.
Okay.
These are bizarre, nightmarish creatures. And Manticore is gonna multi-attack again. Oh, it is grappled, but it is.
Oh
still
my
going to
god,
attack.
that mini is crazy. It's fake.
The face, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
Wow. I mean, so is the skull that's flying.
All right, I have advantage from Grim Fated countered by. Oh, I should have done that on the thing. Oh well. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I rolled straight. Advantage from Grim Fated countered by I cannot allow it. But that is an 18 to hit against you, Fahima.
Yeah, that hits.
All right, and that is.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even have time to put my mage armor on. Usually it's a given, but I don't think it's a given this time.
No, you might have been surprised by this.
I think I was.
To the point of not really knowing to do it.
Yeah.
That is really low and rolling low. 5 points of piercing damage, and it's going to attempt to attack with its stinger on Zanalka. This horrible tail, this enormous scorpion-like stinger.
So grapple just means it can't move, yeah?
Yeah, and you can move it. If you want to move it, it is forced to move with you.
Okay.
That is a hit against Zanalka, and it does 16 points of piercing damage. Zanalka gets hurt quite a lot.
Oh no.
The stinger comes out, and she needs to roll a dexterity or a constitution save. I have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Guy Vox. Oh, but she saved. She saved!
Oh, and she just growled too. It's awesome.
All right, it's up to you. You're up, Fahima.
All right, I'm gonna try and pull this scorpion lion creature away from Zanalka.
Okay.
So is it just my regular movement? I can just pull her?
Yes. With grapple creature speed becomes 0. It can't benefit any bonus with speed. And the grappler can move the creature. Condition ends if the effect removes the grappled creature from the reach of the grappler. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you get to decide its movement.
Okay. I'll yell. I'll distract this one for a bit. Get the skull, and I'll slam some magic missiles into the scorpion lion.
Nice.
So,
all right.
Can I do that? It's ranged, right? Can I not do that because it's ranged?
Well, you can step back because its speed is 0. So I mean, I guess it would
But
get
I have it grappled with the whip though.
Yeah. So I mean, you get to decide if it moves or doesn't, but it would get an attack of opportunity against you if you moved out of its range. But you can still do magic missile because there's no attack roll, so you get there's no downside.
Okay. So I will pummel it with some magic missiles.
But also it should have taken fire damage on its turn, right?
Yes, at the end of its turn. Let me get that fire whip spell up here. And
D6 was it?
Well, yeah, I think it was 1d6. So another 6 fire damage.
Good roll.
Yeah. All right, the magic missile.
It's searing, and you've got this fire whip all around it, and it's reacting to the burning on its flesh.
Another 10 force damage from the magic missile.
Whoa. So you see, as you're holding your whip, you conjure arcane energies and pummel magic missiles into its hide, and it's screaming and yelling even as it's attacking. Does that complete your turn, or are you moving? Ooh, nice.
That's it. Ooh, yeah.
All right, so you told Zanalka to attack the skull.
Yeah.
On its body, so she does so. She's going to turn. She has advantage from Sitar, countered by Melodies of Old. Oh, I think that's going to be a hit.
So map room, I would have moved her. Did I say how far away? 30 feet away.
30 feet?
Yeah, full movement.
Okay, how far is the range of the whip?
Well, doesn't she move with me? Isn't she?
You want to move her away from Zanalka?
Yeah, I just assumed this manticore, this scorpion lion's gender, but we're gonna roll with it.
Yeah, that's fine. You had said she. I thought you meant Zanalka. Okay, so Zanalka is going to. Oh no, no wait, it's a fire. Hang on. your modifier? Oh yeah, she hits the skull and she has 2 attacks.
This feels so chaotic when it's just us 2 fighting.
I know, right? She does 8 plus 2.
So the lion scorpion would be with me because it's grappled by my whip.
That's right. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
All right. So she, you see Zanelka with this thing kind of latched onto her. She turns and bites at it and crunches the skull and tears it off with her teeth, and it explodes in a shatter of bone and wing. In one bite, she destroys this thing and turns and looks back at you, and she says, and she runs and uses her second attack on the back of the manticore that you have grappled. So that one
Careful, it's on fire.
I have advantage from which space? I already rolled well. Ooh, 19. That's a big hit. And so she gets +2. 5 plus 2, 7 points of damage on the creature. She runs up behind it and slashes with her claws to try to just get off her. All right. And we are up to another skull that comes out. These skulls seem to be coming out of the tree line. Another one flies forward. In fact, 2 fly forward, and they come at Zanalka from the trees and attack her. And that is... I have advantage from Charlie Stinson on the first and advantage from Brutally Murdered Clam on the second. Right, and both of them are bites. Oh, that's already a hit. 22 on the first. Ooh, and even better, 23 on the second. So they both hit Zanalka. They do... 4 and 5. 9 points of piercing damage between them, and...
Oh my god.
3 points of necrotic, so that's 12 points of damage on Zanalka. She's screaming as these two flying skulls, these small little flying skulls, come and attack, and they both hit on Zanalka, and they both latch on, and they have this feature called latch. And what they're able to do, what they're able to do is use the rest of their movement, because there's 2 of them. When 2 of these creatures use latch, they're able to lift her up into the sky. So they use the rest of her movement to lift her up 20 feet into the sky. These 2 skulls biting into your werewolf friend, pulling her up into the sky. She's flailing around, the flying, flapping wings of these tiny skulls, lifting her up against her will into the sky. And then they simply let go. And she falls, taking 6 more points of fall damage. So there she goes, lifting him up and drop. Oh, bang!
Don't laugh, Jeff.
That was awesome.
That's my girlfriend.
That was awesome.
How does she look? How does she look? I mean, she must be like so beat up right now.
28, 33 plus 6 is 39 points of damage. She's looking very bad right now. She's bloody. She lands with a thud. These 2 things brought her up, latched onto her, and literally pulled her up by her skin, like biting into her skin, pull her up 20 feet in the air, and then just let go. And she drops to the ground and hits with a thud, smacking into the ground. You hear a crunch as the werewolf hits the ground. And now it is back to the top of the round. Manticore, who is very unhappy as well, is
How does it look?
It looks damaged, but it's still going. It still looks pretty strong. It is going to attack you right in front of it. With its multi-attack, it's gonna bite you. I have advantage from ages 13. Ooh, that's a 4, and that is a.
If it's higher than an 11, it's gonna hit.
Yeah,
no armor.
16. Okay, and then the second one, I have advantage from Grim Fated, and that is rolled an 11 already, so that's a hit. So both of those are a hit.
Wow.
And bite and claw. So the bite is 8 points of piercing damage, and the claw is 6 points of slashing damage.
Oh my god.
So it is slicing and biting at you with its claws and its fangs, but it is your turn. But again, on its turn, it needs to roll its fire damage though again.
Yeah, if it's not trying to break its grapple.
No, it's just wildly attacking you.
It's another 3.
Okay.
Oh, Fahima fell over. Oh, they both fell over.
I hope Amanda didn't fall over. I'm worried about her.
She's acting out the fight right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so it's Fahima's turn.
Yes.
Hey! You stupid skull faces! Pick on someone your own size! And she's gonna back up the Manticore again. I guess I'm not sure what the cardinal directions are of this map, but behind her if we can. Let's see.
There you go. So like southeast.
I guess actually I'll move west to the left.
Well, you got that boulder there, so you'd want to go around that, but you could probably still do that.
Whatever you were doing, that was good. Yeah.
All right.
Just away. Okay, so that's I'd have to step up onto that ridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, you're pulling this thing with this fire whip that you've manifested, and it is being drug around, fighting you, but the fire searing its skin, and it's forced to move with you.
Are the skulls still 20 feet up in the air?
Yes, because they just dropped and stayed there.
Okay. Wow, this is really quick thinking here that I have to do. Okay. So I'm gonna cast Fireball on them up in the air,
All right.
so that the edge of the sphere does not hit Zanelka. I'll
Zanelka.
center it, a little bit above them.
Okay.
Okay.
And they need to roll.
That is a Dex
Saves.
saving throw from them.
All right. I have disadvantage from Melodies of Old. And it doesn't matter because that was a 2. So the first is a miss, and the second one is a straight roll. Ooh, I think I might have gotten that one. It's a 14.
Sorry, I was doing math in my head here. My against my spell save DC, spell save DC is 17.
Ooh, nope. Both of them are fails.
Okay, cool. So let's see. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
29 points of damage?
Yes, fire damage.
God, you obliterate those things.
Yes!
They both completely explode in this fireball that erupts in the sky that bursts into flames. Pieces of bat wing that look like bat wing torn off, a flame burning, searing, landing on the ground, the skulls exploding. These things are both absolutely destroyed.
Guess I could have saved my breath on that one.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, Zanalka very injured, but she pulls herself up, blood coming out of her mouth. You see she's kind of favoring one arm. It seems that she landed on. She turns and looks at you with anger in her eyes, and then she looks at the creature, the manticore, and she starts running toward it, and she leaps and pounces on its back and attacks with her bite and her claws. And that would be, ooh, that's a miss on the bite. The claws do hit, and that means I roll. There we go. Ooh, that's not it. The claws is 6 plus 2 is 8 points of damage that she does on the manticore, which looks very badly injured at this point.
Good.
41. All right. Zanalka tearing into this thing, she tries to bite, it moves out of the way. She slashes with her claws. It screams and yelps. She's fighting, although you can clearly see one arm not doing very well. And the manticore turns away from you, and it again, let me see if it regains the use of its stinger. No, it does not. So it's just going to bite and claw.
I'm gonna yank on the fire whip. Whoa.
Oh, nice. It reacts to that, and it will still. Oh, the bite is a +5. 16 hits against Zanalka.
Zanalka, get out of here! I can handle it.
Oh, the next one is a natural 1, so it does 1 and misses 1, and the bite does 3. 5 points of piercing damage against Zanalka. 40. And the manticore looks very, very angry. Again, it's top of its turn, so it'll take that fire damage from the whip.
5.
5 points of fire damage. Oh my goodness, it is just getting roasted by this thing. It is your turn.
Okay. Zanelka, get away. I can handle this.
Must defend you.
No,
you can't
go.
take it alone.
I can. You are hurt. I can do it. She's gonna cast 4 magic missiles into the manticore.
All right.
12 force damage.
12. Okay, that is. Oh my gosh, this thing, as you launch these arcane spears, these missiles that always find their mark, and this thing, you see it impact the side of it, knocking its side, impacting, breaking ribs in the side of it. You see its scorpion-like tail fall limp for a second and then come back up. It's not dead yet, but it is very, very close. It looks at you with anger and rage in its eyes, and Zanalka sees that impact damage. She says, "We can get it. We can kill it." Anything else you want to do in your turn?
Yank it 10 feet away from Zanelka.
Okay.
Back in the same direction we were going before. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Zanelka looks at you and she says, "Let me kill it. Let me kill it." Are you going to let her kill it? Are you going to answer her?
If you must.
And she leaps from there. Let's see if she lands her blow. And it is... 14 plus... Bite is +4 is 18. It hits. Manticore had 16 AC. It hits. So she comes. You see her leaping claws out, mouth open, her fangs extended. She leaps through the air and she lands on this thing and she rends the back of it. And you see it just take a huge gouge out of the back of this thing, which only had 2 hit points left.
Oh!
And you just see it pull and yank this thing, just a chunk out of the back as blood gushes out of the sides of this thing, and it falls limp. And you see Zanalka stay on the back, and she's feeding, she's drinking the blood out of the back of this creature, just drinking, completely lost, her face buried in the back of this thing, just drinking deeply from the inside of the entrails of this dead creature.
Meep, you can come out now.
Meep, meep, meep.
Don't look. Don't look.
We can leave the map room. Thank you, map room. That was awesome.
Thank you, map room.
That was incredible.
That was a fast one.
I know, right? Well, you took care of all those things all at once, and Manticore. Actually, you don't know what it is. It's a creature you've never seen before, but it is strange and unusual.
Trusty fireball always gets the job done.
Indeed.
Are you okay? Are you all right?
Meep, meep, meep.
Zanelka?
Zanelka, you do not. You don't seem to be able to get through to her. She's feasting. She's drinking blood.
I want to see if there's any more winged skull creatures that might pop out of the forest. See if we're in the clear here.
All right, roll me a perception check. You have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you. 10.
10.
Yeah.
You look in the tree line. You can't be certain that there aren't. You definitely see movement in there. You're not sure if that's just the trees moving or if there is something that's alive that may be coming out, but you're worried that it's not natural. You saw exactly where they came from and you're looking there and there's definitely movement in the tree line.
Okay, so she'll kind of back up, eyes staying on the tree line, and Zanelka, I think there might be more. How much longer do you need?
And she turns and looks at you. There's blood all around her mouth, like a child eating chocolate. You know, she's just got it all over, dripping from her maw, from her chin, from the hair matted all around with thick blood and entrails. And and you see her eyes kind of glazed over, and as she looks at you, they kind of come back, focusing on you again. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I want you to have this. I can hold them off for as long as you need, but we don't have much time. I want you to have this.
And she puts her snout back into the body and drinks deeply. She comes up. Thank you, Fahima. I haven't had that in so long.
We should go. And yes. before they leave, I want Fahima to she won't do the full thing that she usually does where she tries to take pieces from the creature, but I do want her to at least observe it so she can notate it later in detail.
Roll me an investigation check. You have advantage from Ms. Prissy Potts, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you to you both. Sorry, you said investigation?
Yeah.
19.
19. So yeah, you're able to really study this thing and note it down, and you even make notes for a sketch later in your diary and realize, oh, you don't even have that with you anymore. And
I have the fake one.
No, that's true. You do have the fake one.
I have the fake one.
So you study this thing. It is a strange hybrid creature, the likes of which you've never seen. But you note it in your mind, and as Zanelka finishes feeding, as she looks rejuvenated in a way, you know, she's still favoring one arm, and you see blood that is her own. That is not the blood around her mouth and on her neck. You see blood on her shoulder and on her side from where the manticore bit her, from where the skulls bit her and pulled her into the air. And you see her, favoring one arm as she stands up and looks at you, and she says, "I feel alive again."
Does she look healthier? As if she took healing from that?
She didn't take any healing, but you see her just sort of sharper. You know, it's like somebody who has been off caffeine for 3 months and then has caffeine again. It's just like, yeah, you know, she's just, you just can sense that she's more alert and more, I'm injured, but I can travel.
Just a moment, and she'll do what she's done before. She'll take her dagger, cut herself, and give Zanelka 8 healing, and she'll take 4 necrotic damage
from the spare.
Fahima from spare.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that your blood coagulates in the air. It hovers there for a moment, and then it moves in globulates and in spheres that it hovers over, and you see Zanelka accept it into her, and you see part of her shoulder heal, come together, the wound disappearing. You said 8 points of damage she got back?
Yes. Yeah, she got eight healing points.
Yeah, she still looks pretty rough, but she's definitely doing better. She's, thank you.
Am I able?
Extraordinary.
Am I able to do this with the manticore blood?
Yeah, you could.
Okay. I'll do it at 2nd level instead.
Okay.
Because I won't be taking any of this damage. And yes, that's 2d8. Oh yes. Yes. 13 healing.
Points of healing. Okay. Okay. She says, oh, thank you. Your powers have grown since last time I saw you.
Yes, well, I'm still deciding which of them I want to be using after my experience with the Ashen Mage. Let's go.
She starts moving through the woods and faster, and you see her. It's like her senses are sharper, and she's looking, her eyes are darting around, and she's kind of leading you away from certain sections. She says, oh, these woods are alive with creatures. Far. We can avoid them, I believe. She stops and she goes, Fahima.
Not again.
I smell something. No. I smell it.
I'm exhausted.
I smell your friend.
My friend?
Come.
My friend who?
And she turns into a full wolf form, and she starts bounding off to the right into the trees, and she comes to a spot that looks like there is something that has landed there, more wreckage, and she starts putting her nose in and digging. There's this large metal contraption, like a box there, like a strange shell of something, and she starts digging into the ground. It looks like it has fallen and lodged itself deep in the ground from falling at such a great height, and she's rustling in it like a dog looking for a bone, and she digs and digs and digs, and you see soil being kicked up as she goes at it, and she stops. Her whole body stops, and you look past her, and you see her mouth come up, and in it is a flute. My God, smells like
It's
your companion.
That's Lily's.
And she, having turned back into hybrid form, walks over, pulls it out of her own mouth, and hands it to you. She says, "Do you want it?"
Yes. Yes, I do.
I can smell farther than normal. The blood has rejuvenated me.
But I will follow you as long as we need to. You'll keep us safe. I don't know. I guess we just keep heading south. Once I rest, I can turn us into a bird, and we can go up into the sky and make sure we're on the right track. But as of now, all we can do is run.
Well, let's find some place to rest then. The sun, it falls in the sky anyway. We have precious little light left, and I fear these creatures will find us. We must find a way to shelter. How can we do that?
I have a spell for shelter. It's not a problem.
All right. How far can you go before we sleep?
And Fahima's pretty torn up at this point. She's limping. A few more hours at most, but as soon as the sun goes down, I think we should stop. Meep, can you please help Zanelka? Can you scout for her and aid her?
And she
so we can move
flaps
faster?
up, and then you see this brilliant, bright flash of fire move up into the sky, high into the sky, and in your head immediately there are images in your head. A pathway south. You see trees. You see as she makes broad circles in the sky. You see the outlines, the shapes of broken trees. A clear path where the Storm Warden had broken and fallen, and you see even the outline of where you encountered the orcs, where you guys first, the Heroes of Bingle first were transported into your first vision in front of the fallen Storm Warden that was tied to the ground. All that back north of you as you move south, and then she swings around, and you see tree lines, and you see a clear path between the clearing, the forest as it progresses south, and you start following that in your head, moving, the two of you, Zanelka and yourself, moving following the images that you see in your mind from the bird's eye view of Meep.
I think we should rest.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I know there are some rest I can heal some of my wounds as well. I appreciate what you did for me, though.
Of course.
We are in
Anytime.
this together.
We are. Always. And Fahima will start to ritual cast Leoman's tiny hut in the clearing that Zanelka has declared safe.
Okay. And as you reach this area, you kind of nestle into some big, broad trees with big leafy or big wide leaves. Underneath that section, you sit down and you start ritual casting, and you see Zanelka look out and sniff the air out and kind of run 10, 20 feet ahead, sniff the air and kind of establish a periphery of trying to make sure she catches nothing on the wind and make sure that there's at least some distance between you and anything that may lurk out there in the wilderness. As you sit there meditating, the arcane energies flowing around you, creating over time, over the 10 minutes, creating the outlines of this dome that forms around you, just as Zanelka returns and Meep lands and the three of you inside the tiny hut as it closes over the top of you, concealing you in safety as the sun drops behind the horizon line. And Zanelka sits there and she says,
I am glad to be with you.
I'm glad to be with you too. I can't believe we made it out alive.
You are amazing, Fahima.
Zanelka,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You do not need to be sorry. You saved my life.
I'll never stop being ashamed of my hesitation.
No.
I let you stand there, scared, frightened for your life. You didn't know what was going to happen, and I'll never forgive myself for those moments. I told you, I promised you that I would never hurt you or put you in that position again, and it happened.
But Fahima, I told you that I would gladly lay down my life if need be. I told you that if the choice was your safety or my harm, to not hesitate. And yet you still did it. You still put yourself in danger to save me.
I guess I don't have what it takes to be a double agent. It takes a lot more than I'm willing to sacrifice.
she reaches out a furry paw. She grabs your hand and holds it.
I am glad. You are not a monster after all.
Yeah.
But we must come up with some sort of plan.
Yes.
I don't know. I wish I could find my brother. He would know what to do. But I have no idea where he is or how far away.
Well, tomorrow I can turn you into the eagle, and you can look. I mean, when Meep was up high, she was able to see so much. It might be possible you could track him from up there.
Maybe, but I have no idea if he is within miles of here. He may be underground too, as for all I know.
Well,
I could have captured him and taken him to another place. I don't know what came of him.
I didn't tell you about this because I wasn't sure who was listening, but I contacted my dad using a spell that the Ashen Mage cast, but I am going to try to learn it. And with that spell, I will be able to contact your brother.
Well, that is good news.
As long as he's surrounded by sand. Or ash.
Sand? I don't know if that is the case, but it is worth a try.
It is.
We are concealed in this magical dome.
Yes, we are safe in here. We're not invisible, but nothing can get through except for us. So,
And we do not need to keep watch.
No. It's okay. For at least the next 8 hours, we are safe. So I think we should just try to enjoy it and feel safe for once. And get some rest.
She sits down and then kind of scoots next to you, and you feel her fur next to you, beside you, and she looks over, puts her head on your shoulder.
I haven't been with my pack for a long time now. But I think I prefer this.
I'll be your pack.
She kind of stands up and does a couple of circles on the ground like you would see a dog do. And she curls up next to your leg. She puts her head down on her paws.
Aww. Give her little scratches, little head scratches. And I'll kind of curl up with Meep under the other arm, and we'll make a little Zanelka, Fahima, Meep cuddle puddle.
All right. And so you drift off to sleep. And when you do, you begin to dream.
Ooh.
And the dream is vivid, very vivid. In fact, the dream includes James Quillis. And so we'll need to bring him in to see what this dream is. So hopefully we can pull. There he is.
Oh, there he
James
is.
Quillis. All right.
Yes.
As Fahima falls asleep, James Quillis, casting his spell Dream, is able to manifest a dream in your mind during your sleeping hours. What is that you manifest?
You are on a beach. It's mid-afternoon, so the sun is out and it's warm, and it's a familiar beach. And you open your eyes and you're in front of the Funky Librarian bungalow on the beach of Bingle. And just off in the distance, playing in the gentle waves, you see Meep flying, you see Hamlet running in the waves, and you see several Pegasi just sort of rollicking off in the distance. They're there, but you probably wouldn't be able to reach them. And you're sitting on a chair, and I'm sitting next to you. Hi.
Hi. You see Hamlet?
Yes, it's not actually Hamlet, but yes.
Well,
We're in
so
your
that-
dream.
That explains it. That explains where we are. That explains why I'm on a beach. Yes, yes, yes.
I thought I'd give you a nice a nice escape for a moment.
This is lovely. Hi, and she'll give him a huge hug.
Hi.
I've missed you.
Missed you too.
It's really hard to feel upset in this dream.
Okay, well, I think that's a good thing, right?
I want to cry, but I can't. I can only smile.
Okay, good. That's a better feeling, I hope.
It's lovely.
Okay. How are you? Are you all right?
I'm good. We're good. I'm with Zanelka.
Okay, good.
We just got in a bit of a scrap, but we're resting now.
With what? Are you safe?
With just some sort of just creatures cobbled together, different creatures, and a skull with wings.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is the Ashen Mage attacking you, or what?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. I
No,
got
it's
out.
fine, it's fine.
I got out.
You got out?
Yes. I teleported out.
Oh my god. Okay, do you know where you are?
Yes. We are by Urtenfort's fallen lodestar, near where the Storm Warden where we found
Oh my
him.
goodness. Okay. That's good. That's good.
But
All right.
we're heading south through the forest. We're
Okay.
running because I'm quite exhausted and I can't do anything
Okay.
else.
All right, be safe. You must be safe around there because apparently the Orcish forces have left the Dalto Thum area. They were scared off by these demons that have been unleashed. There's so much to tell you. But one thing at a time, one thing at a time. All right, that's very good. That's very good. You got out.
Yes.
You teleported. That's great.
I used the cliffs on her teleportation circle, and I taught myself it was fire under pressure.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, great. Does she know you've left?
Yes. And Yanmo saw me leave. He had a Fahima sort of melted monster look-alike with him. And I'm sure Urtenvert knows. And unfortunately, I think that my teleportation circle connects to her teleportation circle, so she could be on my heels.
Okay.
Where
all
are
right.
you?
Okay, so we are in Dalto Thum. I'm
Okay.
right now, in the moment, sitting in Dondo Kriganer's hut. Everyone else is asleep.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So
we'll just head to you.
Well, hang on. I think we can get faster to you, because in the morning, hopefully, we're going to talk King Thorbrand, old wonderful King Thorbrand, into allowing us to use a sort of underground fast passageway to Vimdor, which is the northern Dwarven city, the other clan,
Right.
which should get us much closer to you, much faster. It allows weeks of travel in hours, they say. So.
Really?
Yes, it's ancient Dwarven technology from pre War of Ideas. Are you all right?
How are the Achairai?
They're okay.
Is the baby born yet?
Yes, the baby's born. Yes.
What's its name?
Donk and Humrian are taking excellent care of them, and they're calling her Lolo. She's a she. Lolo for little one. Yes.
Lolo for little one. I love it.
Lily is already bonded quite quickly with it. Yes, they're still a little suspicious of me, but what are you going to expect?
Sorry
yes.
about that.
It's fine. It's fine. No, we all wished you were there, but you'll see them soon. You'll see them soon. This is good.
Oh, so I should just head for Vimdor then.
If you can, yes. I mean, because our next step on our plan was to go find Torvald and rescue Torvald and Diptha. So if you're near there, I mean, yes, find a safe hiding place, and then we can sending and find you. Yeah, but if you head towards Vimdor, then that'll hasten our reunion faster, I think.
What about my dad?
I spoke to him.
You spoke to him?
I cast sending to him. Sending, yes. I saw his face in that image that the Ashen Mage projected.
Hug James again.
It's
What did he say?
He knew
Did you
you
say
were
firecracker?
I did.
Sorry, I'll let you talk.
No, you're fine. There's a lot. He knew you were in danger, so you were right. He was holding back. He told us to find the Keeper of Secrets, and that's basically all he's told me. I haven't cast sending to him since, but yes, Lord Ereban, the Keeper of Secrets. We're just getting going on that mystery. There's a lot to do. But do you what?
No, I'm thinking about how they had the urn. And they made the urn, and
there were pieces of the urn scattered all around the volcano. Does it mean something? What?
I don't know. I'm just remembering.
Okay.
The Lord Ereban from the memory, from the vision.
We had another memory without you. It was very strange.
I'd love to hear about it.
It involved Mirisis rejecting the memory loss. She tore those creatures off her and refused to lose her memory. I assume because she wanted to remember her child, Osira. There's so much. I need your help. I can't wait to see you, honestly.
I need your help too. It's been so hard without you.
I know.
You're the brains of the operation.
Stop it. That's not true. But no,
It is.
I need you. There's a lot of strange things going on. Some of it, we're sort of a mess. We were covered in demon guts and hodgepodge parts for far too long.
Okay. I will just I'll fly to you as fast as possible.
First things first. Yes. First things first. Safety. Yeah. Fine. If you feel like the Ashen Mage is behind you, yeah, get somewhere safe. But if you can get closer to Vimdor, that would be helpful. We're going to be able to take the Achirai with us and the Vado with us through this underground thing. So it's going to be. You'll see us all soon. I promise.
That's incredible. Okay. Are you sure I'm going to have a happy reception with everyone?
Yes. They asked me to say that to you. It was I think we all feel terribly about how honestly that party in Winkberg went.
Oh, well, none of us expected it, and
Argo and I had quite a bit of a fight.
Sorry.
Don't be. We both have things to learn, to be honest. And I think we push each other's buttons. But I was very angry at him for how he spoke to you, and I think he's angry with himself.
I'll talk to him.
Yes, but no, one of the last things they said for me to say to you was that they love you and they can't wait to see you.
Tell them I love them too.
I will.
Tell Lolo I love her.
You will be able to tell her that soon enough.
Well, I don't think there's anything else that I should tell you that's immediately necessary.
Yeah, any Ashen Mage, we have Vic's body. We're going to bury her in Olsvach. I was able to, new spells. I can talk to dead bodies now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. It didn't go very well either. They can be a bit cagey, and I asked her a bit too many yes or no questions. Yeah. It's yes. Not. I don't love it, but it's useful.
No. Once the body has expired, its body should be used for scientific purposes.
Right. And
I don't know how that extends to the mind, but
it's not possession or soul restoration. It's simply just extracting information. But yes. Okay. So, but any. I mean, if there's anything else you could tell us now that you think would be useful in the immediate about the Ashen Mage, or anything that you think we should be worried about, at least in the immediate future, I guess, anything like that.
Just that I don't know if she's tailing me or not. My escape was she locked me in my room, but I was able to get out, and it just felt. I don't know if I gained enough trust for her to not keep an eye on me at all times, or if this is all part of her plan. I don't know.
Okay.
And to be frank, I don't know. I still don't know if she can read my mind or if she can see me right now. I hope not, because I want to be able to be honest with you, and I want you to be able to be honest with me. We can't just exclusively communicate in dreams.
Right.
I don't know. I guess that's something we can figure out when we're all together.
Because
I'd rather be with you than alone.
We would very much like that as well. I would very much like that. You expressed a little bit of doubt or worry about Sanelka. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think she was just confused and scared. She's been kept in this cage like an animal.
Mm-hmm.
And she fought to the death tonight for me. Nearly to the death, of course.
Oh, thank goodness. Yes. Yeah, I understand.
And so I trust her.
Okay, good.
I do.
Good.
And I quite like her.
Good. Okay. This is good. We have the start of a plan. And,
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for the stream.
You're welcome.
It's lovely.
You can. We can stay here a little while longer if you like.
Can you make everyone appear in here?
They would just be like images. It's just you and me.
I just want to give them a hug. Or I want them all to hug me while I'm in the middle.
That sounds like a great idea.
Okay.
And I will create Ugo and Civ and Lily around her, wrapping their arms around her.
And it feels almost right. You know, it's got that strange dreamlike quality of not being exactly right, but somehow James feels more real, and you do get some comfort out of it. There is this sense of that you see them there, they look like them, but there's just something hollow about it.
This is my first time casting this, but once
Congratulations!
we're together, thank you. You know, I wanted to show you new spells.
Yeah, I can't wait to see all of your new spells.
But next time, I think I can put you in your father's dream if you like.
Again, I would be crying right now if I could. She'll give James another hug.
Okay.
Well,
the sun isn't going anywhere if you want a little sunshine or anything, but you can stay here as long as you like.
to be honest, I'm cuddling with Zanelka right now, so...
Got it. Understood.
Dream is not quite as good as the last dream.
No problem.
So, either way.
Okay.
I love you, James.
I love you too.
Thank you for trusting me. It means the world.
You have expressed, you've always been more trusting in me than maybe you even should be, and it means everything. So I can't wait to see you, for real.
I can't wait to see you too.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
And like that, the dream fades, and Fahima continues to sleep, and James awakens or comes out of the dream in Dondo's hut. Bye, Jessica.
Bye.
And you awaken. James, you come out of this trance-like state. You have not slept one wink, but you feel completely fine. You feel rested. The rest of you come to wakefulness as Dondo in the back cooking breakfast, and you all see James kind of open his eyes out of you know, kind of sitting up straight in a chair at the table.
Everyone, oh.
I haven't had coffee yet.
She's out.
What do you mean she's
What?
out?
She's out. She's away. She escaped.
Where did she go?
Oh, I thought you meant she
and-
told her father that she likes women.
Oh. No, I don't think so. I don't think she's gotten to that yet. Not that I know of, anyway. No.
That's good too.
Yes. No, she's out of there. She and Zanelka escaped.
Where? Where are they?
She escaped through a teleportation circle not far from where the Storm Warden fell out of the Erdenverd's fallen lodestar.
You mean back where all of this started?
In kind of the direction that we're heading, which is fantastic. I've told...
This seems suspicious.
Possibly. She doesn't know if the Ashen Mage is following her.
You didn't say anything that would reveal us, did you?
I mean, I told her we were going to Vimdor and that she should start heading towards Vimdor, yes?
Okay, yeah.
I mean...
She is with Zanalka, yes?
She is with Zanelka. They had to fight their way out of there, and she's feeling a lot more trusting of Zanelka. She said that Zanelka practically gave her life in a fight.
It is going to take them a very long time to catch up with us if they don't have a Chirai.
Then I guess we had... I told her just to... First things first, be safe, be hidden, and start heading towards Vimdor, and we will rendezvous with them as soon as we can.
I'm wondering if it would be smarter for her to go to Winkberg and find horses. Is she near the...
No, you're in the
No.
spot.
Yeah, she's quite up near Thorn. She's close. Remember where we fought Groll ago?
Yeah, west of there.
Closer to Ukdun.
Just slightly northwest of where you pointed. It's like northwest of Taif.
Yes.
Northwest. Yeah. So it's in that.
Never
it's
eat
in that.
soggy waffles here.
Yeah. So
Yes.
it see that trees that are west of the river.
Yeah, right here.
A little farther north than that. Yeah, up tucked in that little section. Yeah, just northwest of where your finger was. Yeah.
So does it look
That's
like
where you guys were
in
when
between Thorn and Ukdun?
She's south of that, but yeah.
A little south of that.
If she
So-
is found by the orcs, she is not going to survive.
No, I know. I warned her. I want her to be safe first and foremost.
No offense to Fahima, but that's not exactly her strength.
True, but I think she's...
Does she have food? Does she have water?
Born orcs would fear wizard.
I don't know. She seemed mostly happy that they've escaped. Like, most happy about that.
I'm happy about that too.
Yes, so I think they're just happy to be out.
What'd she say about crustacean hammers?
I forgot to mention the crustacean hammers. I'm so sorry. There was
You
so
read what
much...
was in book?
I didn't ask her that, but she is very excited to see you, Ugo. She's very excited. She was worried what you thought about her, and she's very excited to see you.
So then we need to get up there as soon as possible.
Yes.
Yes.
Ugo, I told her that you love her, and I told her that you couldn't wait to, and I created I meant this to be sweet. She wanted to feel the three of you hug her, and so I created the closest thing I could in a dream to it.
Which is what?
It's just images of you, the three of you, wrapping your arms around her.
Oh, okay. That's
Yes.
nice.
Yes, but she's safe. She's, for the time being, she's very excited, and she's couldn't wait to meet Lolo, and very excited about the Achairai and the Vardo.
Yes.
Did she see anything around her that stuck out, like a tall mountain spire or
She mentioned the fallen lodestar, and she mentioned where the Storm Warden was, and I think those are the best markers that she has at the moment.
How did she get out?
A teleportation circle.
Oh.
She may be able to cast them now. I didn't quite gather that.
Okay, well, we should probably, we
We
can
need to
talk more
go.
about what you had, but we should probably get going, yes?
We need to go.
Yes.
Yes.
I will
Yes.
go to the Chairai and make sure that we have supplies for them as well as us.
Okay.
If the rest of you want to go and speak to the king and see if we can get permission to take this underground rail.
We may want to change clothes, yes? Going to get very hot in these if we wear them too long.
Oh,
Right.
yes.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Well, we can put them in the Vardo.
Yes.
Right. Good idea. And Civ, could you also pull the rest of the ceremonial weapons out of the bag of holding so we can give those to King Fulbrand?
Sure.
Yes. I want to basically walk in there with arms as loaded with good
Gifts.
things as possible. Yes.
Kings love gifts. Honestly, who
Indeed.
doesn't love gifts? But especially kings.
I mean, we're bringing him a lot, so hopefully he'll be kind.
But we need him to do more than be kind. He has to speak to the king of Vimdur, right? And I look over at Dondo.
Dondo.
Yeah, and he's got a skillet with some eggs in it, and he says, "That's right. What eggs? Anybody want eggs?"
I'll have some eggs.
That would be nice. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll have eggs.
We have an audience with the king this morning. I made that happen.
Thank you.
In
Is there
fact,
anything
King
else?
Forbrand is quite anxious to hear about what you found inside the sacred Dwarven fortress.
I don't know how you are going to convince him.
Civ, could I also have Dondo, we haven't had time to really go through all of Onivrius's books, but I wouldn't mind offering some of them to him. I mean, there are still plenty still in the archive inside the forges, but maybe Civ, could you give me one of the ones on, what was it, leadership and tactics? And let me find, and maybe give those to him. Strategy, the Battle of Many Mountains. Give me that one.
Sure. I pull it out of the bag of holding and give it to you.
Great.
As well as all of the ornamental stuff.
Okay.
It is going to take me time to get supplies. I should probably go now.
Okay.
Yes.
Be safe.
Does anybody need anything besides food and water? I was going to buy some things for my spell, but that is it.
Could I get, if we have enough money, could I get about 150 gold worth of fine paper and ink?
Sure. I look over at Dondo. Is there a dwarf that sells nice paper and ink in?
Of course, yes.
Great.
Yes.
There's some of Fahima's spells that I can copy into my own spell book, and like the hut, for instance. Maybe that would be helpful for us if we both could do it.
If you go to the Silver Vein, to Oakbuckle's Oddities, I believe some of you have.
Yes, she's a bit of a handful, but yes, she had some.
She'll be happy to sell you some paper and ink.
Do you have holy water and powdered silver?
I can come by it. Yes.
Then I need nothing, Siv.
I look over at Lily.
Well, I was thinking it might be nice to get a gift for Fahima when we're reunited. If you see anything that's nice, maybe something for her and Sanelka. I don't know exactly what they have, but if anything sparks joy.
Nice.
What would a werewolf want?
Well, aside from blood,
raw meat.
Yeah, but I don't really want to travel with a bunch of raw meat.
Something that smells good? I don't know.
Yeah, but like
Baby
good.
kit.
Possibly.
I don't know, maybe something that could be used as like a pretty bandage.
I got it. And I jump up and run out the door.
Oh, now I gotta wait all this time to find out what you got. Oh.
Speaking of waiting all this time, the Watchers have patiently been waiting to find out what this Force of Evil card that got unlocked is. And it is going to come into play next week because we don't have enough time this week for it to be particularly effective. But I will reveal it nonetheless because Team Force of Evil unlocked a Force of Evil card during the section when Fahima was playing. And this Force of Evil card was submitted by Divine Matt. It is called Yam Bam. It says every time an evil yam is gifted by a watcher from this point forward this episode, roll a d4 to select a player. Each yam causes a large purple boil to emerge on that character's face, causing 1d4 damage. They only go away after a long rest or with the soothing balm of a gold potato. This applies beginning next episode. Yes.
Oh no!
Katie's worst nightmare.
My worst nightmare.
Right, so we're gonna look like a bunch of lepers by the time this is done.
We won't need a disguise in the Dwarven City. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to show up in Ulsvatch with pustules on our face. That's not a good idea.
Please let us in. We promise we're not diseased.
Let me also take the second to thank some of the folks who have been giving us love. We haven't checked in on that in a while. Z-Man 9018, Love for the Catman, White Tiger Angel, Melodies of Old, Chef Scott 68, Just Jules, Dream Blaze, Kill Me Fahima, Aegis 13, and others. Thank you so much for those. We are 64% of the way to a Team Force of Good card and 33% of the way to the next Force of Evil card.
Evil.
All right.
Evil.
So Civ runs out the door and the rest of you are left there with your eggs and Dondo.
Dondo?
Yes.
Is there anything we need to know before going to the king? Anything that's happened in between? Or...
He said he's anxious to learn about the forges.
Well, yes, very anxious to learn about the forges, but I must also tell you that the eruption of the volcano of Sky Scorcher has caused quite a bit of alarm and damage inside the mountain. So, if you were responsible for it, I don't know if you'd be wise to bring that up to the king. You were allowed into the most sacred spot in our entire city, and it went boom.
Right.
Yeah.
We weren't really.
No.
We freed the warden, which sort of forced. Maybe we should be.
Maybe we
careful
don't
about
get
that.
into that.
Yeah, maybe we should be careful about that. Thank you. That's good advice. Thank you.
It didn't happen while we were in the forges
No.
the first time.
And we have no reason to believe that the forges were damaged by it, so I hope.
Yeah.
All right, well, shall we go now, or
Yes.
is there something else you need to do to prepare?
No.
No. Helga,
right.
you ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna do what I normally do, which is just be quiet.
I would also suggest, last time you had a helmet on as we walked. Is there something else you can perhaps put on your head that won't cause alarm? As much as we've managed the orcish threat so far, I think there's still quite a few residents of Dalto Thum that would not like to see an orc walking through their city.
Well, I would hope they would remember what we did. But
News travels fast around here, but
understood.
as I said, old habits die hard.
I have this big floppy hat I can wear.
Big
That's
floppy
what-
hat.
Better than nothing. Let's go.
It looks like you're going on a beach vacation, Ugo.
Right.
Or trying to be very suspicious.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Fahima and I, it was on, I created the beach of Bingle for her and gave her a nice little beach vacation for a few days.
Oh.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I miss it there.
I know. We'll get back there soon. Maybe if Fahima can teleport now, maybe, I'm
Right.
not sure. Okay.
All right, so you start moving through the concourse again out of Dondo's hut as he leads you down back down the winding underground passageway, down the big ramp of the concourse. As you remember, having done this weeks ago now, you move through the Iron Vein into the entrance to the king's throne room, which you had been to a number of times. And as you approach, the guards pull their halberds in front, and then they see Dondo, and he says,
I have an audience with the king. These are my guests.
and they look, and they recognize you having been there before. Eyes raise, these dwarves, these stout dwarves in armor, and they step aside and open the doors to the throne room. And you walk in, you remember
Thank you.
that long red carpet that leads up the stairs back into the archway behind, with the large sections on either side, the boulders that had been broken and fallen down from the bombardment of the large orcish cannon that you guys actually stopped, that you destroyed yourselves, but the remnants of that damage still persists, still visible in the throne room. And you walk in a familiar place with the dwarves with their crossbows standing up near the throne, and you see the back of the room, Ruser Forbrand, and he turns as you walk in and he says,
Ah, they're back. The orcish orc killer back again.
Lily will do a big curtsy and then kind of look at James and Ugo.
I'll give an awkward bow. Hello.
Dunkwell says that you all made it inside the fortress of the four former forges.
It's true.
Indeed we did, with Donkwell's help. He was a great help to us, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without him.
Something that none of the dwarves have been able to do in 300 years. You lot did your first try with a coward who left his regiment. Now,
Well, he was very
how did
brave.
you manage that?
Teamwork.
Indeed. And listening.
Dear Will.
A lot of communication skills were used, I guess is what we're saying.
True. Your adult elders, the speech that they say when they're asked about the forges, there is much to be learned in that. It's not nonsense. It's a bit of a riddle of sorts. I'll happily take you. We'll happily take you step by step through everything that we learned, so you yourself can set foot in it. It really is quite remarkable. The craftsmanship, the history, the mastery of. And I will hold up one of the ceremonial weapons that we found. There is true treasures to be found in there.
He nods, and one of the guards walks up to you and takes the ceremonial weapon and brings it up the steps to Roozer, and he holds it in his hand and he looks at it and he says,
I would like to hear more about what's inside. I would like to set foot in there myself like my ancestors before me.
It'll actually be easier for you to do it than it was for us. There is a trap designed to not allow anyone other than dwarves in there.
It's become quite difficult for us to even set foot nearby because the volcano, Sky Scorcher itself, erupted.
We heard about that. That's terrible news. Do you know what happened?
It happened right after you went inside, did it not? Mere days after you went inside.
There was a terrible, there was a terrible evil right on top of the volcano, and a huge
we had
battle.
nothing to do with.
We did not have anything to do with, but there was an enormous battle involving dragons and undead hordes, and the volcano erupted.
Our scouts told us about the armies fighting on the top of the volcano.
Aye, yeah, it's hard to
miss. They told us about the eruption, and now they tell us that there are things out there. Things that lurk in the night. Things unlike anything they've seen before.
We've come across a few of them ourselves. We battled some recently, but they seem to be demons, and we're still trying to track down where and how they made their way here. But yes.
Foul demons have never set foot near our mountain. Nelrim has never seen such things. Why now? What are they?
We don't exactly know. Honestly, Your Majesty, and things like this have not been seen by us either, nor by pretty much anyone we've encountered.
No.
And as James said, there's a great evil lurking out there, which is why perhaps I can use this moment to segue a little bit. We need to ask you another favor to continue helping the betterment of this world.
He looks back down at the ornamental weapon that you brought him.
My people used to make things like this every day. In that place that you went inside, the place that I'm no longer able to set foot next to for fear of death, because the volcano exploded.
Yes.
I want to recapture the honor of my people, the craftsmanship that was lost 300 years ago.
There is such great honor down there, and I will pull out the book that I asked Civ for from Onivrius the Keen, and I will also pull out the ledgers. So these are the records of the forges of things that went up right up until the day where they were evacuated. And here there is an entire archive of pre-War of Ideas knowledge down there that is, honestly, sir, as a librarian, I was flabbergasted at the amount of knowledge and ingenuity there from the dwarves. It's incredible.
It's my people's legacy.
And he nods again, and the guards come down and take what you pulled out of the bag from you and bring them up to him, and he grabs it. He says,
so much lost. So much locked away. Why? Why was it taken? Do you know? You come in here and you show me things that no one has touched for 300 years. My people's birthright. Plucked from us, locked away where we could not access it. Behind a door that no dwarf has figured out how to get past in 3 centuries. But you Well, there were more of you here the first time. But you stroll in. You destroy a cannon bombarding us, for which I was grateful. And then you stroll down. You cause a ruckus with all the crowds. You make my job much harder, protecting my people, even as you make it easier eliminating a threat. And then you stroll down, you walk into a tunnel that no dwarf has figured out how to traverse. And you bring me my people's legacy. What am I to make of that? What am I to make of you?
Your Majesty, as much as I honestly appreciate the compliment of how casually you think it was that we got into this forge, I assure you none of us were strolling. Ever. Except James a couple times down hallways when he was investigating them, but that wasn't really, it was a cautious stroll. Anyway.
It was a respectful amble, really.
Yes. We were being careful.
Gnome,
yes.
You asked for a favor. Another favor, one I've been quite generous with you lot. And
You've
now...
been extremely generous. And let me just answer your first question and then I will get to my favor. Why we bring this to you is because this is greater than all of us. There is great power in those forges. Your people that you represent have great power, and other things, other forces, evil forces want it. All right?
Yeah.
And they want it for obviously evil reasons. Reasons that we're not even fully sure of. But we know that we cannot save you or Ein from all of them without your help. And I don't believe you can do it without our help.
No. Your help, the three of you.
There is more of us.
There are 5, but we are scattered a bit at the moment. But sir, we will happily take you step by step how to get through the forges, which, by the way, we've sort of buried the lead. There are 5.
Yes.
It is not the fourth forge. 5 what?
Forges.
There are 5 forges.
The fortress of the 4 former forges.
Correct.
Is 5 forges.
Indeed,
it still works if you say it with 5.
Five former forges.
Yeah.
Right.
If you are telling me, even my own history is a lie.
Your history's not a lie, necessarily. It's just that it was altered in the minds of your people to protect them.
As Miss Dumblestuck said, we don't know quite entirely why why these secrets have been hidden. All that we can tell is that there was a great weapon used to end the War of Ideas. A great weapon that was so fearsome that the Shazengao, the Dwarven people, everyone banded together and decided it was a good idea to forget it. Now, what seems to be happening is others have found a way to try to bring it back.
And we want to help protect your legacy.
Absolutely.
And your people, which is why we would like to ask you for permission to have you grant us permission to use the underground transit
to Vindor.
system.
Yes.
He leans back. He looks over at Dondo and he says, "You told them about the rail." "That's right, I did."
We encountered a very similar rail in the forges, you'll see. A mithril rail.
It's impossible to stroll while riding it.
True.
Yeah.
So, you want to go to Vimdur, why is that? You have some information to give to Bryn Sundergem that you don't want to give to me.
No, actually, we're headed north towards Thorn. Our compatriots who know quite a bit more about this have been captured there, including one of the Sky Children. The the people who would live in the lodestars and protect the mythical creatures there. We believe that they will help us uncover the next parts of this mystery, and they have been captured by a leader of the Thorn Orcs.
My king, this is just a means to an end. There is no pact with Corundum clan. There is no contact. These adventurers have no desire to do anything that would undermine your rule here in Dalto Thum.
Just time is very much of the essence, and so when Dondo very wisely told us of a way that we could get there much faster, it was absolutely seemed the right idea.
Yeah. Well, you have brought me treasures. You have brought me information. You have delivered my legacy to my fate. A wise king knows when his trust is warranted. I'll allow you to ride on the rail.
Thank you.
But if I find out that you've given something of value to Corundum clan that you withheld from me, I will not take kindly to it, and you will feel my wrath.
You've been exceedingly gracious. We would be complete fools to do that.
Dundu, I will make it so. But you should know, all of you, King Sundergem will not be nearly as kind seeing an orc walk through his halls as I've been. And no
You're
amount
truly
of
progressive.
Too soon.
No amount of me lobbying on your behalf will change his mind. So, I don't recommend you stroll, or you amble, or you sneak, or you walk. I highly recommend you avoid meeting anyone from Corundum clan, lest they think we're sending spies, or armies, or attackers through our tunnels on our rail. I don't want this to provoke a war between the dwarfs. We have enough on our plate. We have orcs at our doorstep, and we have creatures killing off my men.
Yes.
I didn't realize your kind fought each other like mine does.
We have kept the pace thanks to a common enemy. You. But should he see our tunnels, our rail, the one connection point we have for trade and mutual benefit, used to send him an enemy, I fear what will happen. My trust in you endangers my whole clan.
As we
And
said,
I don't do it lightly.
As we said, our only interest is fast travel because the stakes are so high. So honestly, we will be out of there as quickly as possible.
None of us want to die, which is what we were told would happen if we encountered any of them. So.
Right.
If you have anything more that you've gotten from the fortress of the 5 former forges, I want you to give it to me.
I think I have information. Gosh, as I'm feeling the shield on my back.
My king, my king, there are things that the dwarves always gave to their allies. We were the makers, the craftsmen. We armored our allies in times gone, and now, you must know that there are some things that belong in the hands of others more than our own, even if they are our birthright. As always, you offer sage counsel, Dundo.
I do have this flask of water.
It's magical.
Crafted by my ancestors.
Yeah.
He nods. One of the guards goes over and picks it up. It's a very nondescript looking flask and brings it up to the king.
Dwarves with magic. They said it would happen. They said it happened 300 years ago. Your age.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like to keep it. And then when we're done with this whole, like, saving, I'll bring it back.
Yes, yeah.
It would help remind me of where our allyship lies.
He pulls the cork. And
Careful,
looks at it.
careful. Don't say anything.
Don't say anything.
Puts the cork back on. Hands it back to the guard, who walks it down back to you, Lily.
All right.
Thank you.
There is a real car that leaves today. I'll make sure you have the way. Dundo can bring you, and no one will stop you from getting on, even with your wagon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the meantime, I'll happily, if you'll show me a chamber or something, I will start writing down every note, every bit of information for getting into the forges and traversing the obstacles there as possible.
Yeah, I would like that.
Of course. Happily.
I also could offer you a flute.
I don't play.
But you could learn.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll hand it to one of the guards.
The guard like holds it and holds it up to the king. And the king
I
turns it.
could.
He turns his back, and the guard like holds it, not knowing what to do. And
I'll give him a little wink.
Dondo says,
I think we've been dismissed now. Or make your way out.
I could offer a crustacean hammer.
I think we're okay.
Oh, okay.
That's good, that's good.
and you start, and you start to leave out the back of the room, and you hear this booming voice with its back to you.
Don't make me regret my trust.
Certainly.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And you leave. Meanwhile, Civ, waiting
For the
patiently.
record, I'm fully intending on making him regret his trust. For all of us.
Civ loves the king.
Yeah.
All
I did not agree to any of those terms.
Wait a minute.
I'd like to send in my representative to renegotiate.
Civ, giving up his ability to weigh in on the king's deal by
Okay, but honestly, if
because me being there would have made that go so much more smoothly.
if Sim sends in Crow Mr. Whispers, he gets whatever he wants.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Civ, you are at Rosagrit's Oak Buckles. You can get what you want.
Cool.
We could actually just end the show now. We've hit our time limit, and there's lots still to come as you guys are going to head onto the rail cart.
I do have one question before
Please.
we end it.
Yeah.
First question out of my mouth when I see her would be, my dear, do you have anything that would cure lycanthropy? Like a potion or a necklace or a vial of some sort?
There might be a remove curse scroll around here. Let me see if I can find it.
Perfect. And then we can end it there.
Okay. All right.
How do you get the werewolf who has everything?
Episode. I want to thank some folks that have been giving us love. Again, that Force of Evil card will go into play at the beginning of next week. Thank you, Team Force of Evil. I apologize for that. Didn't want to just throw it in at the end and have it not.
That's gonna
really
be so
matter.
hard because we also have to be just like disguised next week.
Well, we can talk about that later.
We got some love in that last section of the show from Gamershare, the Bingle Banshee, Friendly Undead Mage, Dragon Rose, Direnair, I think, Goofus McDorkle, Crapton Crunch, Guy Vox, Cult of Kanata, and more. Thank you all. Thank you so much for tuning in, for being with us live, for enjoying the show. We also, again, this week is the third in our series of hero themes that you'll be able to hear during the credits, so don't turn it off before the credits. Last week we had Civ's theme. The week before we had Ugo's theme. This week, Lily's theme, which you do not want to miss. It's a delightful,
so good,
delightful mix of Bingle and Lily's Heart, and it's just beautiful. Heather Stewart and Leah Finkelstein are musical maestros, are amazing musical live scoring musicians. Put those together, composed them, orchestrated them, and you get a chance to hear it at the end of the show. Do not miss it. They're beautiful. So with that, I want to thank everybody. We'll see you next week. Until then, humankind, be both.
Be both.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared hashtag the Dungeon Run. Tell a friend. Tell a friend. Yes. No Vosh Voyager. It's Era Ban, not Era Punk. And be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run as The Dungeon Run continues. Click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications and check us out at Instagram.com/The Dungeon Run. Let me repeat that for those that didn't hear. Check us out at Instagram.com/The Dungeon Run. And as Jeff said during tonight's credits, we have another special treat for you. Our wonderful music team of Heather and Leah have composed music themes for each of our characters. Tonight, it's not this song right now, but one that's coming up. Please enjoy Lily's theme. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.